Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Going to make the call again. Top comp down to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you're running in the top comp class, make your way down to lanes 3 and 4. I'm also just going to do a quick little housekeeping here. For those of you driving around in the pits here are one-way roads. Other than the one road closest to the river is a two-way road. Everything else is a one-way road that runs from west to east, from the top end of the track to the starting line. So please do not drive the wrong way down one-way roads. We don't need to have an incident here today or anytime this weekend. It is a busy weekend. There's a whole bunch of vehicles, whole bunch of race cars. There's going to be a lot of people walking around in the pits. So please, racers, I ask that you use caution. You drive slowly. You're going to get there no matter what. Don't worry. Let's make sure that you get there and all the fans and everybody else out there gets there safely too. So take your time, drive slow. Don't be ripping around through the pits. If you're on a tow vehicle or a bike, make sure to be riding slowly, driving slowly, watching around, making sure you're not going to run into anybody because people will be coming out of everywhere today and tomorrow. So I'm going to make the call again. Top comp, lanes 3 and 4, please. Top comp, lanes 3 and 4. Top comp, you can make your way down to lanes 3 and 4. I'm also going to make the call for Pro Modified. Pro Mods, you can make your way down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Mods, you can make your way down to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, you are in lanes 3 and 4. We're going to start running you pretty quick here, so if you're in top comp and you don't get down here, you're not going to be able to make a pass. So top comp lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Mod lanes 5 and 6. So we are sending our first pair of cars here in our top comp category down the track. Going to be Justin Bond here in the left lane, taking on Jan Christensen over there in the right lane. So Jan Christensen going 457 at 150 mile per hour. And Dragster in the left lane going 467 at 145. I think I was incorrect when I said it was Justin Bond driving that. It was not. Hey, Brittany, can you hear me down there? Brittany. Never mind, she can't hear me. So bringing up our next pair of cars here. Greg Dowdy in the left lane driving the Rad Torque Systems dragster. Josh Bent over there in the right lane in the Cat Finning dragster. So top comp, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro mod, you should be making your way down to lanes 5 and 6. So Josh, a little too excited there, leaving a little bit early, not going to get a time, leaving before the tree even came down. Greg Dowdy over here in the left lane going 490 at 139. Bringing up our first door car in top comp here, Cam Shantz. Cam Shantz in the right lane and Tyler Dalgleish here in the left lane in the dragster. Cam making a move to the center line there, getting out of it, doing the wise thing, not worth taking the chance in qualifying. Tyler Dalglish going 5:21 at 132. It's going to bring up Jeremy Soares and Paul Soares, father-son here. Jeremy driving the dragster in the left lane, Paul in that beautiful 55 Chevy over there in the right lane. More recently here, Paul Soares putting together a perfect run at the divisional event at Pacific Raceways 2 weeks ago. So you don't see very many of those often. Managed to put together a perfect run. Trip zip on the dial, dead zero on the dial in, or trip zip on the reaction time, dead zero on the dial in. So very, very hard to do. See if you can get it done again this weekend maybe. But Paul also taking home some awards for that car at the divisional in Pacific Raceways. So Jeremy Soares going 464, 147. Paul going 476 at 145. Just going to bring up Aaron Young here in the left lane driving the dragster. Mike Kenworthy in the right lane in the purple Firebird over there in the right lane. So I'm going to pass the mic off here to Mr. John Taback, which you'll enjoy much more than myself. So take it over, John.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Hey out there, everybody. Wow. Kenworthy. Well, he goes trip zip, but not the way you want it to happen. Trip zip with a 3 red. Just 3/10,000ths of a second too early. So opening rounds of qualifying. We're starting with top comp. I'm going to say we're over halfway through this opening round of qualifying for top comp. So 2 more for you. Pair of dragsters. Logan Bell and Cade Shirk. Cade Shirk in the right-hand lane. Made a final round appearance just a few weekends back. Just 2,000ths difference back here at the starting line. At the finish line, it is Logan Bell arriving ahead of Cade Shirk, 458 to 492. Wow, very good to see Steve Horn back behind the wheel of a race car. So this will be a single. Steve Horn, tower side. Check out the valve covers. .455 at just 153 miles an hour. So as I was saying, Steve Horn in that beautiful dragster. Good to see him back. Winning. Now Andy Hatton in the Grinch. Hatton, solid on the starting line, 0.22. Then 5.33 to the 8th mile, 128 miles an hour. Another single coming up left side of the racetrack. Grant Howell in the 37 Chevy. Well, it's going to be a pair of cars. Dragster versus a door car. Grant Howell. His 37 Chevrolet. Regular runner with the Canada West Doorslammers. Emily Gerard in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems, the black dragster. Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275. This is your standby call. Please get ready to go. Outlaw 275. You are on standby. Please start getting ready to go. So Grant Howell left side, Emily Gerard right side. Couple of red lights. Grant Howell was red by a bunch. Emily Gerard was red by just a little bit, 8 thousandths of a second. And another Rad sponsored car over there in the right lane. Tower side over here for Bubba's Speed Shop is Derek Shirk in the Canada themed dragster. Cool looking car. Scott Robinson in the right lane. Winner a couple of weekends ago. '15 and 17 up front. Nice and solid on the starting line. Derek Shirk leaving first. Robinson first to the finish line, 494. Derek Shirk with a 502 in the dragster. Now Colton Morin. As we near the end of the opening round of qualifying for Bubba's Speed Shop / Morin Motorsports Top Comp. Bubba's Speed Shop and Morin Motorsports teaming up to bring us Top Comp here this weekend. Part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Colton Morin goes 5 seconds exactly. Well, almost exactly. 5.0024. So now Adam DeYoung, and I believe he will be the final car down the track for this opening round of Top Comp. DeYoung turns it red by 34 thousandths. At the finish line, goes 5:36 behind the wheel of his Camaro. And that's going to do it for the opening round of qualifying for Morin Motorsports Bubba's Speed Shop Top Comp. Next cars we see going down the track will be Pro Mod. Round 1 of qualifying here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Yesterday was a test day, but today it's for real. Officially day 1 of Smoke, Fire, Thunder here at Mission Raceway Park. We are gonna have some fun. As Kevin Ness mentioned earlier, a huge day on deck. Going to see Pro Mods up here 3 times. Now, of course, run orders and run schedules are always subject to change, but we absolutely plan to do our best to try and deliver these times. The game plan is opening round. Well, right now, then the next time we see Pro Mod up should be around 3:30 p.m. And then qualifier number 3 should take place at about 6 p.m. And then they'll be up once more at 8:30 p.m. Lots of great classes, lots of great cars going down the track here on day 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Of course, we just saw Top Comp. Got Outlaw 275 on standby. Following them will be Limited Street, then No Time Index. Now, I believe No Time Index will be the only class that we actually turn the reader boards off for. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while. Then electronics and non-electronics will get a hit. It'll be their one and only appearance for today. And that'll bring us back round to Top Comp once again. Following the second round of qualifying for Pro Mod, we're going to see Top Fuel Harley up here, along with Canada West Doorslammers. And then we'll repeat the order I just read. Also on deck for tonight is the Hard Knock Stunt Show. That should be coming up, I'm going to guess, somewhere around 7:30 p.m. And of course, back there in the pits, fuel altereds and jet cars. That's right, we are going to light it up tonight. So here we go. Round one of qualifying Pro Mod here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And our opening pair looks like this: Keith Korecki and Nick Duda. Couple local guys. Well, Keith Korecki's pretty local. He's from Kelowna. Nick Duda is from just across the river in Langley, BC. Corvette in the right lane, 67 Shelby over here in the left. Keith Korecki with 814 cubic inches over here, tower side. And Nick Duda with not even half that amount of cubic inches over in the right lane. Little small block Chevy, twin turbo deal. So first pair rolling into the beams. Nick Duda for Performance World BDL Automotive. The quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. Duda with a nice opening run. 391, 193 miles an hour. That is trucking for a little small block Chevy. Keith Korecki lays down a pretty good run, comes up 417 at 176 miles an hour. So they're going to sit number one and number two for right now. I predict that they're going to have a tough time hanging on to those positions. But that's the way it looks so far.
Willie, do you want us to call 275 down lanes 3 and 4?
Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. X275 will take you in lanes 3 and 4. And Limited Street, you can come on down as well. Limited Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. So X275, lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. So Jake Skasilis. Skokolis, Dale Peterson. Peterson over in the right lane out of Dawson Creek, BC. Jake Skasilis, again from just across the river. Two more local guys, BC boys. Peterson from, well, a little north of here. Supercharger left lane. turbo combination in the right lane. Casillas left side gets there first, 419, 179 miles an hour. Peterson out of power at the top end, 145 miles an hour, goes just 481. So not really a representative run for the right lane. Casillas will sit number 3 for now, running in the 14s. So, of course, one of the big draws here this weekend, in addition to that run order that I had talked about, and all that we've got on deck for tonight and tomorrow especially, the fact that we're going to see a couple of guest appearances made in our Pro Mod class here this weekend. Murder Nova and Sean Ellington and Ryan Martin, along with Chevy Reeves. But speaking of Chevy Reeves, so as I mentioned earlier, a little bit of testing took place yesterday. And Chevy Reeves, or hell of a Chevy, over there in the right lane behind the wheel of Yeti, made a couple of passes, laid down a 375 and a 376. Pretty much 2 identical runs. Made it look easy. Jay Severston, his brand new Corvette over here tower side. Debuted this car just, I'm going to say no more than 6 weeks ago, and has been slowly picking away at it. Brought it to Edmonton a couple of weeks back, or last weekend really. Chevy Reeves right lane. How about another 375? This one at 197 miles an hour. Nicely done. We're sub 1 second at the 60 foot, goes 0.936. And then 3.759 and 197 miles an hour. Nice opening round of qualifying for Chevy Reeves and the Yeti car out of Edmonton, Alberta. Well done. Jay Severston, as I said, debuting a new car, still getting things sorted out, making great headway. Goes 413 at 166 miles an hour over in the left lane. So Chevy Reeves, one of the, we'll call them new stars with the NPK series. So safety out there, just having a quick little peekaboo at the racing surface. Well, somehow I managed to miss that, but we got a timing block out of place, so we'll take just a couple of moments to get that fixed up. But as was just beginning to talk about, Going to have some guest appearances in our Pro Mod field here this weekend. We just saw one of those guys go 375 in the right-hand lane, Chevy Reeves. Also Dave Mendez here in the Goblin car. So if you've been over here to the pit side at all, great turnout. Racer-wise, anyway, pits are jam-packed. That's great to see. Well, Garrett Richards will be coming up right-hand lane. So again, Chevy Reeves goes 375 to grab the top spot, at least for the time being. Anybody wants to get him out of there, they're going to have to go better than 375. Well, 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 here we go. Look who we have in the left lane making his return. As I was saying, making his return to Mission Raceway Park, it is Sean Ellington. Yeah, that's right, that's Sean Ellington. And as I said, making his return here to Mission Raceway Park, we had a whole bunch of fun with Sean here last year during the Speed promoted event. Now we've got Sean back in town, along with Ryan Martin. We're going to see up momentarily. Garrett Richards, right-hand lane out of Tacoma, Washington. No stranger to Mission Raceway Park. Total Performance crew has been coming to Mission for decades, competing in Pro Mod. As I said, no strangers to Mission Raceway Park and no strangers to the winner's circle. Garrett Richards with a very unique Walt Austin Racing design Ford Hemi, if you will. With a screw blower on top of it. Ellington, the Pro Charge deal, left lane for Ramjack. Ellington with a 950 360 foot, and how about 373, baby? 205 miles an hour for Sean Ellington. Murder Nova takes the #1 spot from Chevy Reeves. So what about that? Here we are in the opening round, and so far it is the No Prep Kings right up at the top of the ladder. It looks like our final pair will be a pair of No Prep Kings. So here we go, Ryan Martin, left side in what we'll call the gray car. So I would call the red car the Fireball Camaro. Well, this isn't that car. Dave Mendez in a Noonan-based combo, I believe, in the right-hand lane. Twin turbo. No shortage of horsepower on tap over there in the right lane. It's all about figuring out how to get it down the track. Ryan Martin with the zoomies. Pro Charge combination. Beautiful car, no doubt about it. Ryan Martin left side, Dave Mendez right side. Burnouts are done. They are ready to put them in the beams. And 938 to the 60 foot at the finish line. How about 369, baby? 191 miles an hour. And clicked it off early. Would have been doing well above 191 had he held it down the whole way through. So how about that? The top three qualified so far: Ryan Martin, Sean Ellington, and Chevy Reeves. Taking the top three in qualifying round number 1. Following them is Garrett Richards in the number 4 spot and Nick Duda in the number 5. Took running in the 3-second zone to get into the top 5. Then it's Jay Severston, Keith Korecki, Dave Mendez, Jake Skasilis, and Dale Peterson in the number 10 spot. Pretty nice opening round of qualifying, I would say. Now, wasn't it kind of cool that we got to see Ryan Martin and Murder Nova light up some scoreboards? They don't do that very often, especially not in their No Prep King cars. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No time index. No time index. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. No time index. We need you now. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Austin Christopher. Going to make a little test pass on his Pro Mod motorcycle. Seems only right we'd squeeze him in with the Pro Mod cars. I mean, why not? Low 6 second, quickest Pro Mod in Canada. He's proven it over and over again. Looking pretty good at the finish line. How about 6:15? 232 miles an hour for Austin Christopher. Nicely done. It's going 4:06 at 189.55 miles an hour to the 8th mile. And again, at the finish line, 6:15, 232. Great job, boys. So as I was saying, there's round 1 of qualifying for Pro Mod. Pretty cool. See the No Prep Kings taking part in our Pro Mod race here, part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission Raceway Park. And again, our top 3 look like this. It's Ryan Martin, Sean Ellington, and Chevy Reeves. All 3 of them running 370s or better, with Ryan Martin dipping into the 360s with a 369 pass at just 191 miles an hour. Sean Ellington was the mile per hour king of the opening round, 205 miles an hour. Goes 373 with a 9. Chevy Reeves was 375 with a 9 at 197 miles an hour. So safety down there working on the starting line, going to make it all that it can be for our little small tire cars coming up. X275, round 1 of qualifying coming up. Now, I would assume that most of you either on the grounds or tuning in online would be well aware of what X275 is, but maybe there are some that aren't that aware. So for those of you, it's essentially a class for a heads-up class, 8th mile. Virtually all cars are going to have power adders. So they make lots of horsepower. The big thing about this class is they got to put it to the ground through a tire no bigger than a 275/60-15. So basically a 10.5-inch wide tire. That, of course, ups the challenge. See Nick Duda down there on the starting line, currently qualified number 5 after the opening round of qualifying. Up there checking out the track surface. As not only does he crew chief for himself, he also does as well for his bus buddy Justin Gallant. His little black Mustang that we'll see coming up shortly. In fact, as I look over, he'll be half of the first pair. Going to run in the left lane. So lots of sunshine in store for us this weekend, according to the weatherman. Never want to complain about that, but be careful out there. Keep yourselves hydrated. Drink lots of water. Can't drink too much water. Bree King debuted this car this year, a 2000 Mustang. Gorgeous little car. For Summit GMC, CarStar, Fast Time Machining, and TNT Turbos. Bree King out of Red Deer, Alberta. Ran the car at Door Wars. Definitely had some new car struggles. And again, tower side, Justin Gallant. Bona fide hitter. That little black Mustang in the left lane. Absolutely expect to see Justin somewhere near the top of the qualifying sheet, if not at the very top. By the time qualifying is done. Of course, made some test passes yesterday, had it just a little too spicy early in the run. So the pictures I saw had the front wheels about 4 feet in the air. They will, of course, be looking to avoid that situation. Well, that looks like it's working. How about 434, 169 miles an hour for Justin Gallant. Opening run here in Q1. Nicely done. That is a strong run in this class. Again, 434 at 169 miles an hour. Trouble for Bree King over in the right lane. Tree came down, car did not leave. What? Just went silent. So they'll take it back to the pit, see if they can't get things figured out. We'll, of course, see them again. Hopefully, anyway, in Q2. No time index. No time index. We need no time index. Once again, no time index. We need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for no time index. And here we go with pair number 2, Aiden Katnick. Tom Katnick and crew, Tom Katnick and the boys completely rebuilt this car. Partially in the off season, somewhat in the race season, but they've got it back together now. The little 89 Mustang out of Maple Ridge, Aiden Katnick. For Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance. Backing up in the right lane is Mandy Brooks. In an 81 Malibu that's been around a long time. It's Ken Sahota's car that he campaigned prior to the Firebird, Bluebird. Mandy Brooks out of Camrose, Alberta. So Aiden in the left lane, Mandy in the right. Aiden's ready to go. He just rolled up there, lit the pre-stage bulb. Now Mandy Brooks in the pre-stage. 3 bulbs lit now. And there's 4. Katnick car goes up in smoke. Mandy Brooks with a solid looking run in the right-hand lane goes 495 at 152 miles an hour. The Lordco side of the racetrack. Again, in her nitrous combination, 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. So Tom Katnick and crew will take the car back to the pits. Hopefully be able to make what changes they need to make to get it down the track in Q2. Here we go with pair number 3. Jordan Brandon, tower side of the racetrack. His 2000 Camaro. LS combination. Jason Gagnon in the right lane. Angle plug. Gorgeous blue Nova in the right lane. Also a turbo combo. So Jordan Brandon goes 591 off the gas, just 99 miles an hour through the 8th mile. So not the run he was looking for, nor was it for Jason in the right lane. So both teams will have to go back to the pits and look for the right changes to make. As I look down there on the starting line, I see the 2024 NHRA Pro Mod World Champion down there having a look at the right lane. Jordan Lazick.
When I bought in here, I entered it.
Out of Spokane, Washington, Sean Letson coming up right-hand lane. Got the burnout done, getting himself backed up to the starting line. So Justin Glenn at the top of the sheet so far. It's going to take better than a 4:34 to knock him out of the way. That said, 4:34 at 191, or sorry, at 169. Maybe they're not quite done yet either. As we move through the evening, the weather will, of course, cool down a little bit, make for better air conditions. So Letson kind of struggling on the starting line there. Had a bunch of boost built up. Had trouble getting it to bump into the beams. By the time he got it in there and was able to let go of the button, it was just all too much, and the rear tires went up in smoke. So it looks like Sean has gotten his car to refire, which is good news. That'll allow him to exit the track under his own power. Big shout out to Milron Truck Bodies for bringing us the X275 class here this weekend, part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And here comes John Cuglietta and Scott Warden. Cuglietta has been on a bit of a roll as of late. They call this car Balboa, and it has been turning on a lot of wind lights. They've been quite busy back in Edmonton. Had their smoked out shootout last weekend. John Cuglietta left lane in Balboa. For truck upfitters, Rival Aggregates, and Mulder Trucking. Scott Warden out of the, well, it just says Okanagan, BC. It's a pretty wide area. Probably narrow it down a little to Kelowna in Lumpy's Revenge. For Gen 3 speed. Well, Warden was finally able to launch the car, did not get a full run down the racetrack. So no real numbers for either lane, but maybe some usable data. Good news is we're going to see them back up for Q2 just a little later on today. Scheduled for 4 qualifiers here on day 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So the qualifying sheet after Q1 well, I shouldn't say after Q1 because we're still in Q1, but so far we've got Justin Gallant way up at the top, followed by Mandy Brooks and then Jordan Brandon. Here comes a couple of tough black cars. The Boo over here, tower side. Daniel Rodriguez. Rodriguez out of Chilliwack behind the wheel of the Boo. Chris Gould in the right lane. The 2017 Camaro out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Gorgeous couple of cars down there on the starting line right now. So I was just told that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 cars on the property here this weekend in X275. Well, it's going to be a 16-car field. So there's going to be a bump. Not looking like it's going to be an all-run field. That is absolutely fantastic news. Except for those bottom couple of qualifiers, potentially. So again, Daniel Rodriguez, Chris Gould. Rodriguez, big block Chevy nitrous combo. Chris Gould with a turbocharger. Gould's car stretching out the rear suspension quite nicely. Goes 448. It's going to be good enough for the number 2 spot. 170 miles an hour for Chris Gould. Dan Rodriguez goes 465 at 152. So Dan Rodriguez slides into the number 3 spot with that 465. 2 more. Again, opening round of qualifying in X275. So we'll use this as a good time to have a little reminder to all racers on the property. We need to be able to read your numbers from up here in the tower. It's extremely important. So Bob Cook, tower side, out of Lloydminster, Alberta, in China white. It's a 1993 Ford F-150. With a 427 cubic inch LS combo. Zachary Kane. Zachary Kane in the right lane. 67 Chevy, no, Camaro rather. The big block Chevy. So Bob Cook gets in there first. 509, 117 miles an hour. Zachary Kane, 543, 114 miles an hour in the right lane. So Kane on and off the gas a number of times early in the run. So not what they were looking for at any rate. I hear race cars. Next pair will be coming around the corner. Opening round of qualifying for X275, brought to us by Milron Truck Body. Certainly appreciate all their support. Parm Jawanda, right-hand lane, little black Mustang. Here's a car, or team rather, that they've been making big strides the last little while. And of course, Tyler Stamler over here, tower lane, in Mini-Me. Top running car right here, this little Chevy S10 pickup. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Electronics. Electronics, please be ready to go. Electronics, this is your standby call. Electronics, this is your standby call.
I have room in lane 3 and 4 for electronics.
Jawanda goes up in smoke at the starting line. Stamler with a 440 at 170 miles an hour. That's making some good steam at the top end. So 440, well good enough for the number 2 spot, but still nobody able to touch Justin Gallant in the number 1 spot with his 434. Hey, listen up in the pits. Electronics. This is your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics, come on down. Peter Lacanis and Justin Collin now. Peter Lacanis, tower side. In the original radial flyer. Racing for Transporters Logistics. So interestingly enough, saw Jordy Lazick representing Gen 3 Speed tuning another silver Nova here this weekend, but this is the original one. So Lacanis, Tower Lane, TCS side of the racetrack. Justin Collin out of Calgary, Alberta. 682 big block Chevy between the frame rails of the 83 Mustang you see in the right lane. Also with a shout out to Gen 3 Speed. Again, we see Jordy Lazick down there on the starting line. 2024 NHRA World Champion in the class of Pro Mod. Well, Justin Collin goes up in smoke. Peter Lacanis. Not sure what's going on there. Both teams will have to go back. And see if they can get things corrected. So I do believe we had more than 16 cars attempt to stage their cars, but we have just 16 on the sheet so far. Great looking car count here this weekend for X275. Big shout out once again to Milron Truck Bodies. I do believe the next car is around the corner. Will be Limited Street. Limited Street brought to us this weekend by Rocco's Diner right here in Mission. And here we go with Rocco's Diner Limited Street. First pair in the water, Matt Robert and Tej Sanga. Sanga in the right lane. The gray Mustang. Robert in the left lane. Smoked out shootout winner from one weekend to go at Rad Torque Raceway in Edmonton. Matt Robert, left lane from Airdrie. Well, it says Airdrie, BC, but I'm pretty sure Airdrie's in Alberta. And the purple S10. Little Gen 2 step side. LS3-ish combo. Well, Sanga leaves before the tree comes down, so he's not getting any numbers. Matt Robert left and immediately lost power, but was able to get back on the gas and, well, at least go down the track. Puts a 687 on the reader board, 134 miles an hour. Again, no numbers for Tej Sanga as he left before the tree was actually activated. Next up, Max Nielsen and Brad Thomas. So Limited Street has a lot in common with X275, just a bunch more restrictions. Whatever power adder you're choosing, things just have to be smaller, to put it very simply. Brad Thomas is in the right lane. Max Nielsen is in the left lane. Mustangs both sides of the racetrack. Brad Thomas with a nice looking run over there in the right lane. How about 499, 145 miles an hour? That is absolutely going to put Brad Thomas to the top of the chart. A 524 for Max Nielsen over here tower side. 524 is a pretty stout run in itself. Brad Thomas puts it in the fours here in round one of qualifying. Now Josh Collin and Chris McGraw from McGraw Metalworks. Chris McGraw, tower side of the racetrack, TCS lane. From McGraw Metalworks, turbo combination LS deal in the Mustang. Josh Collin with a Coyote combination. That 1986 Mercury wagon. Shout out to On Point Performance. With the tailgate up. It's like a wing for extra traction. Maybe, you know. Goes 537, 131 miles an hour. So that's going to slide him into the number 3 spot. Chris McGraw. Not what he was looking for. 615 at 120. So Vanessa Richards multi-time champ in this class. 89 Mustang. Small block Ford combination. New combo in the car, as I understand. 438 cubic inches. So kind of on the big side for a small block. Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, Angle Plug Racing, JS Power Sports, Stamler Racing, and Jim Clipperton. Vanessa, with just a little too much too early. Can't get it stuck to the track. Or can't keep it stuck to the track, rather. Now a licensing run coming up. In the right-hand lane, William Wood. So when it comes to these small tire classes, little Fox body Mustang's a pretty popular starting point. Oh, William Wood working on getting his license. Nothing overly spectacular. But one step closer. So again, we want to thank Rocco's Diner for bringing us a limited street class here at Mission Raceway Park. All part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Just 6 cars on the sheet so far. Brad Thomas way up there at the top. Only car in the 4s, went 499, 145 miles an hour here in the opening round of qualifying. Nicely done. Max Nielsen in the number 2 spot. Josh Collin, number 3. So here comes No Time Index. Now, I said earlier that I would talk about this class a little more later. Well, now's a pretty good time. So No Time Index, essentially, cars will make qualifying passes, and the reader boards are turned off. We won't get to see what they run. Well, you won't get to see what they run. The scoreboards are off and they will not receive time slips. Essentially, they will not be able to see their data. So once qualifying is complete, we will take each driver's quickest pass, and that will become their dial or index for all rounds of eliminations. They, of course, will have no idea what it is. Well, if they've got a consistent car, they might have somewhat of an idea. So here we go with Dave Shirk coming up left lane. And car number 681 over there in the right lane. Big Dodge pickup truck, diesel powered, all-wheel drive. As I mentioned, you won't be able to see their numbers, but I will. So I'm going to have to keep it a secret. So there we go, our first pair going down the track. So Dave Shirk clearly getting to the finish line first. We can say that much at least. So Rob Getz, our champion, from the first time we ran this race, which was back at Door Wars a number of months back. He gets down the track okay. Mark Swan in the right lane, not able to get off the track. Now he's pulled over just a little after the 8th mile mark, so we'll give him a hand getting off. Hopefully he can fire up and do that himself, and he just pulled over, because that's the right thing to do. When a car's having trouble, the best thing they can do is get things pulled over, make sure they're not leaving any fluids on the track before they continue. So we'll give David a hand if he needs. Hopefully he can do so under his own power. So Rob Monroe and Dave Foots will be our next pair. Looks like Mark Swan has gotten himself off the racetrack. That's good news. Rob Monroe and David Foots. David Foots in the right lane. 55 Chevrolet Bel Air out of Terrace, BC for sure span. Rob Monroe and his 69 Acadian. So making our way through this opening round for No Time Index. Again, no numbers. Reader boards are turned off for this class. The drivers do not receive time slips. So again, number of qualifying rounds. Then tomorrow they go into eliminations. And their personal index or dial for the entire race will be equal to that of their quickest run through the rounds of qualifying. Only they won't know what it is. So Larry Rodenizer are in the right lane. Sean Martin in the left lane. Behind the wheel of his 82 Pontiac Le Mans. Racing for Team Baby on Board. Well, congratulations. Now Reese Piccarello and whoever is driving Jan Christensen's Camaro. I think it's Jan. So Piccarello left side. Another 55 Chevy. Jan in the Camaro. That'll bring up Ryan Ledrette, left side of the racetrack. Ian Higginson. 1998 Camaro you see in the right lane. The 6-liter LS combination under the hood. Ryan Ledrette in the Nova for Muffler Tech.
I didn't realize that. Okay, thank you.
Now Richard Love and Ryan Wilson. Richard Love, left lane. Ryan Wilson, right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics, non-electronics. This is your standby call. Standby call for non-electronics. Non-electronics, please be ready to go. You are on standby. Steve Scheffler and Jason Gibson. Gibson struggles for traction on the starting line. Scheffler gets away all right. Mike Enns, an 02 Ford pickup truck. Raced in the BC Dragon class. It's an F-150 Harley Davidson issue. Scott Kalitichuk is in the right lane in a 1991 Mustang. And I do believe that's going to put round one on No Time Index in the books.
Okay, I need all non-electronics to 1 through 4, please.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Non-electronics, non-electronics. This is your call to the staging lanes. Non-electronics, come on down to lanes 1 through 4. Non-electronics to the lanes, please. So you see we got the reader boards turned back on. There's a licensing pass. Driver shutting the car off early. This will be our first pair in electronics. Electronics getting a time trial this afternoon. This will be the only time we see electronics today. Ryan Johnson in the right lane. Not sure who we have in the left. SS Chevelle. Johnson with an 036 light through the quarter mile in 8.31 seconds, 164 miles an hour. Now looks like a pair of our Doorslammer regulars. Brad Powell will be in the left lane. Adam DeYoung will be in the right lane. Now we saw Adam make a pass earlier in top comp. Basically, he's going to come right back around if he wants to for top comp Q2. Adam DeYoung, 67 Camaro, right-hand lane. Is Brad Powell playing with a throttle stop here? Goes 892. Well, if he was looking for the Super Comp Index, he got pretty close on his first try. Nicely done. 155 miles an hour, 892 on and off the stop. Adam DeYoung goes 842 at 159 all out in the Camaro. Now Ted Buss and Colton Morin. Colton Morin and Ted Buss, both a couple of regulars. The Super Pro class here at Mission Raceway Park. Running in electronics class, basically the same thing as Super Pro. So Colton Morin in the right lane. Behind the wheel of his 07 Racetech Dragster. Both drivers going 00. For Colton Morin, it was 006 on the green side. Ted Buss turning it red by 8th thou. Colton Morin to the finish line in exactly 8 seconds. 8.000 to the finish line. 163 miles an hour for Colton Morin in the right lane. Ted Buss with a 912 at 141 in the 34 Ford Roadster. Nice, clean looking dragster over there in the right lane. Kevin Garlock and I'm told Monique was behind the wheel of the cool-looking dragster in the right lane. Monique went 795, 167 miles an hour. Kevin Garlock in his Camaro, 880 at a $151. Red Camaro coming up tower side. It's been some time since I've seen this car on the racetrack. Good to see it back. Not yet in the computer. Jeremy Soares. Regular here at Mission, goes 011 on the tree. Nicely done. 733, 179 miles an hour in the right lane. Speaking of cars we haven't seen here in some time, check out the flat black Mopar over here, tower side. Steve Thorne Emma Debris-Coos in the right lane. Emma is double 08 red in the right lane. She gets to the top first with a 734, 139 miles an hour. Steve Thorne also goes in the 7s, 785, 140 miles an hour. Or sorry, 151 miles an hour. Oh, never mind me. He was 933 at 151. Emma Debris-Coos was 883 at 150. Emily Gerard coming back around in the black dragster. So for whatever it's worth, I will be competing in this class tomorrow. I've just chosen to skip this opening round of time trials. So Emily turns it red by 15. Roadster in the right lane was an 018 up front. Then 902 at 145. Emily Gerard getting there well ahead with a 751 at 178 miles an hour. Two more for you. So lots of cards not yet in the computer in these bracket classes today. That will obviously get better as the weekend goes on. $9.15 at 146 in the right lane. $10.33 at 127 in the left. Greg Dowdy, tower side behind the wheel, the red and black Rad Torque Systems dragster. Darryl Tippy. Tippy with an 012 light off the bottom bulb, nicely done. Dowdy was 017, then 774 at 171 miles an hour. Darryl Tippy goes 1086, 126 miles an hour. Darryl Tippy having himself quite a year here in 2025 at Mission. He's raced so well, he's qualified for the Race of Champions in both Pro and Super Pro. So Dave Foote's back up. The 55 Bel Air. Foots goes 012. Chevelle tower side, double 02. So Dave Foots at the top end first, 892 at 149. Pretty close to the Super Comp Index. And a 1072 at 125 in the left lane. So 946 at just 103 miles an hour in the right lane. Not a representative run. Not sure. That might have been Jan Christensen. It was Ron Fawcett over here, tower side. It was 011 up front. Actually, both lanes were, but one lane was red. Fawcett was green, 011, then 894 at 165 through the top end of the TCS lane. Non-electronics. First pair about to roll into the water. It's going to be a first gen S10 and a first gen Blazer. No, not a first 10. A first gen S10 Blazer. How about that? Easy for me to say. Love the little truck, left side of the racetrack. Giovanni Alaperti out of Victoria. Jim and Jim Racing. So starting line crew just doing a little bit of work to the starting line. And here we go with non-electronics. Time trial number 1. Here on day 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission Raceway Park. So Dave Shirk in the right lane for Bubba's Speed Shop. Comox Valley Excavating. Gray and black S10 Blazer, 1986. Giovanni struggling for traction in the left lane early. He's got it hooked up now. He's trucking at the finish line doing 148 miles an hour. Just 10:37. Those numbers don't really compute overly well. Dave Shirk got the little Blazer hooked up. Went 1090 with 2 zeros. 10.9000. I want to think about doing a little super street racing. Veronica Hodson over there in the right lane, 69 Dodge Dart. She leads the way. She's first to leave the starting line and first to arrive at the finish line. 12:04 versus a 12:50 for Colleen Davis in the left lane. Now Mal Patterson and Anna Donaldson. Anna Donaldson aboard the Yamaha in the right lane. I believe she'll be our lone bike entry for this weekend. Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Nova. A little play on his name, Mal Patterson. He goes 10:28, 130 miles an hour. Anna Donaldson at 11:64 at 121. Now Ralph and Bobby Ehlers, father and son. NA 6-liter versus Turbo 6-liter. Bobby Ehlers puts a 992 up there on the reader board, 136 miles an hour. He was 004 red, but that's all right. And a 1087 for Ralph Ehlers. That'll bring up Joel Smith and Isaac Hazelton. Isaac Hazelton, right lane. 1994 Mustang, the rag top. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top Comp. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Joel Smith, 1165. Isaac Hazelton goes 1550. Beautiful blue dart down there on the starting line. The dart leaves first and the dart leads the way. 10:29, 129 miles an hour. The right lane, 1391 at just 94 miles an hour. William Wood, Kai Jessamine. William Wood, Tower Side in the Ripper. 92 Mustang. Kai Jessamine, right lane. 1208, 111 miles an hour. Monty Beagle. Check this out. Little 33 Ford Coupe, Tower Side Monty out of High River, Alberta. This guy is tough. That's why 006 up there on the reader board. Finish line. Monty, 918, 144. Hank Vermeulen was in the right lane. Good to see Hank. 1152, 117. Now Ryan Wilson and Claudio Fisher. Claudio Fisher in the right lane for Viewpoint Construction. 83 Camaro. Ryan Wilson out of Campbell River in the Tower lane. 1975 Nova. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, top comp. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp to lanes 5 and 6. One more time. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top comp. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp to 5 and 6. Ryan Wilson goes 1072 in the Nova. Claudio Fisher goes 1114 in the Camaro. Now Jessica Armstrong. Jessica, Tower Side. The 1975 Dart. And tough break for the Camaro in the right lane. Not going to get any numbers. Looked like potentially having a trans brake issue. Left, then locked up again, and, well, none of it was good. So Jessica Armstrong makes a full pull, 1336 at 101. Now Chris Stone and Jeff Nyland. Jeff Nyland in the right lane. In the blue bin. Chevy S10 pickup truck. Chris Stone. In the Stone Cold Racing 68 Dart. 005 on the tree, and then 1027, 128 miles an hour. So Chris Stone been struggling a little bit with the Dart as of late. I do believe he's got his issues sorted out. Certainly looking good on the starting line. 005 up front. A little shout out to Larry Pfister. Gonna spend the weekend with us here at Smoke Fire Thunders. Larry Pfister on his 50th anniversary tour 2025. Ross Walker and Dennis Frederick. Ross Walker, left lane. 1021, 128. Dennis Frederick in the right lane. Behind the wheel, La Vega. Little car he calls his side chick. Went 1053 at 125. Now 1981 El Camino, that's Archie Limpright. Limpright turns it a little red. Neil Cuthbertson in the right lane goes 1074 at 122. Limp right in the El Camino, 1403 at 99 miles an hour. Now Alex Eburn and Chadwick McKenzie. Chad McKenzie in the right lane, behind the wheel of Shadow. 08 Dodge Charger. Drag and drive setup. Drove it all the way down here from Edmonton to race here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Cool. I called it a Charger. Specifically, it's an SRT 8 Charger. Eburn driving Burt Worrell's old Nova, goes 915 at 145. Chad McKenzie 1184 at 114. Kevin McCauley buzzing it up there pretty good in the burnout box. McCauley behind the wheel of Old School. It's 83 Cutlass. Rob Getz, 2024 F-150 in the right lane. McCauley turns it red. Getz is good with an 039 light. McCauley to the top first. No, sorry, Getz to the top first. 1180, 119 miles an hour, really making some steam up at the top end. Kevin McCauley goes 1191 at 110 miles an hour in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. So Richard Love. An 03 Extreme S10 pickup. Left side of the racetrack. Shaylin Svetic in the right lane. Cool old front engine dragster. It's a 1970 model year. It's only 55 years old. Good and broken in. Shaylin with a 910 at 145 in the Lordco lane. Richard Love goes 1397 at 100 miles an hour. Right lane turns it red by just 1 thou. Almost gave a mug away. Left lane there first, 1098, 122 miles an hour. Left lane with 1166 at 113. Pontiac Firebird coming up right-hand lane. And Andy Antle in this very cool-looking 65 F100. Ford pickup truck slammed right down into the weeds. Andy Antle, 901, 145 miles an hour in the left lane. Cody Marshall. The bad bow tie. Check out the Nova in the right lane. That's some pain right there. Cody Marshall in the Intimidator. Marshall goes 981, 135 miles an hour. .1047 at 127 for the left lane. Now Jesse Gard and Dave Jung. Dave Jung will be in the right lane. 1996 Camaro Super Stock. Look for a nice wheels up launch. There you go. Jesse Gard. Little S10's going to get there second. Dave Jung stops the clocks first with a 1074 at 124 miles an hour. Up on the wheelie bars, kind of unloaded a little bit, comes back down, but seemingly it does that consistently. So who's going to argue with that? Now Al Prock and Terry Hoogstens. Mopar versus Chevy. Well, Hoogstens certainly wins the battle off the starting line, and he's going to take this one at the finish line as well. Al Prock suffering some kind of issues. Looks to be just coasting along. Hoogstens was 0-20 on the tree. And then 12-10 at 109 miles an hour through the finish line. So Al Prock still rolling towards the turnoff. Now Andy Klosky and Brent Buckingham. Buckingham in the right lane. 72 Camaro SS. Andy Klosky left side. 1970 Dodge Dart for design flooring along with Lordco Auto Parts. Klosky 1109, Brett Buckingham getting there first, 1062. Now, talking about cars that really like to leave with the front wheels way up in the air, keep your eyes on Elvis. That's right, Elvis coming up in the left lane, 66 Chevelle. This car is fun to watch leave. Don't look away now. We got 3 bulbs lit. Steve Lowe's in the right lane. Cool. Elvis carries the front wheels to, well, I'm going to say at least the 100-foot mark. Then goes 952 at 139 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Steve Lowe with 1171 at 117. First and second gen Novas, or Chevy 2s rather. Ryan Ledrette goes 001, left side of the racetrack, the orangey kind of colored Nova for Muffler Tech Auto. Nice light, then 1031 at 129 through the top end. Ray Bollinger and Doug Klassen. Doug Klassen. His ex-Superstock 1996 Grand Am. Klassen racing out of Medicine Hat, BC. Both drivers go red, but Bollinger by just 11th thou. Then 1072 at the top end behind the wheel of the big Pontiac. Michelle Dahl. This pretty little Vega for Associated Tire. Kermit Dahl, an Associated Tire, bringing us the Canada West Doorslammers class in 2025. Little Vega leaves well. 138 at the 60-foot through the top end with a 986 at 128. Darren Martin was in the right lane, or is in the right lane. Goes 1763 in the 05 Chevy. Wild Poncho. 1970 GTO in the right lane. Brian Jenin from somewhere in Washington. So if Anna up here can't read your handwriting, it's got to be pretty bad. I'm just saying. Brian Jenin in the right lane goes 1071 at 125 miles an hour. He had an 010 light. Nicely done. Haley Christensen in the Chaotic Customs pickup truck goes 1275, 104. Another licensing pass for this white Nova coming up. Makes another partial pass, doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing through the licensing process. Off the gas and coasting, doing just 101 through the finish line. And that, folks, completes our first rotation. So we're now going to see Top Comp come on back up for their second round of qualifying. We'll then be ready to roll into, well, after a little track prep, of course, we'll be ready to roll into Q2 of Pro Mods, just about right on schedule. So safety out there, just having a little track check. Make sure everything's A-OK before we roll into round number 2 of qualifying for our top comp class, brought to us this weekend by Morin Motorsports and Bubba's Speed Shop. I'm doing pretty good, Martin. How's Martin doing? We got Martin Schultz from RFC, Team RFC up here in the tower.
Yeah, pretty good, John. We're going to be here for 2 weeks. Going to be here this weekend, next weekend. So I love coming to Canada. We'll have a chapel service both Sundays at 7:30 in the top floor of the tower. This Sunday and next Sunday. So if you're available, come on down.
Always great to see Martin. Martin from Racers for Christ, as he just stated. Going to be spending the next couple of weekends with us here at Mission. Always happy to have him, and he will be putting on a chapel service on each Sunday morning coming up. At what time again, just to make sure everybody heard that?
It'll be 7:30, bright and early enough so that way you can get your car ready for the first round.
Sounds like a plan. So here we go, first pair, Q2. NHRA Pro Mod competitor Justin Bond in the left lane. In his bracket dragster, lined up with Logan Bell. Logan Bell certainly getting the advantage on the starting line. At the finish line, Logan with a 4:59. Justin Bond goes 4:63. Again, we have scaled back now, back to the 8th mile finish line. Again, my apologies. Not all of the driver info is in the computer yet at this time, so I don't have a name for you for the yellow and black dragster in the right lane. But I can tell you that we got Colton Morin in the left lane. Colton Morin of Morin Motorsports, who, along with Bubba's Speed Shop, decided to team up to bring us the top comp class here this weekend at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Nice looking run in the left, or sorry, in the right lane. 4:16, 171. Colton Morin goes 5:04 at 135. Now Scott Robinson and Steve Horn. So when Steve was up here last time, I mentioned to have a look at the valve covers of the engine in that dragster. Big Sonny Leonard Hammy. The valve covers are like literally the size of picnic tables or something. Rad torque systems. $762 cubic inches in the right lane. Scott Robinson, also racing for Rad Torque Systems over here left side. Behind the wheel of his 1994 Chevy Beretta. .457, 153 miles an hour in the right lane for Steve Horn. Scott Robinson goes 496 at 140 miles an hour. He was 006 up front just to Make sure everybody knows he's ready to go. Cade Shirk and Tyler Daglish going to make up our next pair. Tyler Dalgish in the right lane. Did the burnout. Think he might be having trouble getting the car to refire. So Cade Shirk's over here tower side. He shut it off for now as we figure out what we're going to do with Tyler. Well, I think the problem was they couldn't find reverse. They decided they're not going to be able to. So he's going to get himself out of the way. Cade Shirk refires the car. So it's going to be a single for Cade Shirk. Tyler Dalgash is now out of the way. Cade Shirk for Bubba's Speed Shop. .496, 138 miles an hour. That'll definitely work. So we just saw Cade Shirk make a pass down the left side. Now it's Dad Shirk, or Derek Shirk, going to make a pass down the right lane. So Derek Shirk, well, he sponsored the track once again. The titanium strip. Certainly grateful for his generosity. Don't forget about Bubba's Speed Shop. Cam Shantz. 37 Chevy, tower side. Shantz did not get it down the track on run number 1, but he does here in round number 2. How about 460, 153 miles an hour. Derek Shirk with a 504 at 136. That'll bring up Emily Gerard and Mike Kenworthy. Emily in the dragster gets to do her burnout first. Once she starts backing up, Mike Kenworthy receives the signal to put a little heat in the Hoosiers. Mike Kenworthy and Emily Gerard. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Pro Mod, get ready to go. This is your standby call. Little heads up, it's going to be a short standby call. We'll be calling into the lanes very shortly. Pro Mod, please get ready to go. So Mike Kenworthy goes 526 at 133 miles an hour. Emily Gerard goes 475 at 144. Aaron Young and Adam DeYoung. Aaron Young, right lane. Pretty looking dragster out of Chetwynd, BC. Adam Young, tower lane for Artex Racing. The family 67 Camaro. There's Dad John behind him on the starting line. Adam DeYoung turns it red, but by just 0.03 of a second. To the top end first is Eric Young in the right lane. 5:16, 131 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung right behind her with a 5:38 at 127. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod, start making your way down to the starting line. Pro Mod, this is your call to the lanes. Pro Mod to lanes 5 and 6. Can we have Pro Mod to lanes 5 and 6, please? And with that, we're going to put X275 on standby. X275, this is your standby call. Pro Mod, come on down to 5 and 6. Paul Soares and Greg Dowdy. Greg Dowdy in the right lane. Rad Torque System sponsored dragster. Paul Soares. Pretty 55 Chevy. Put together a perfect run in Edmonton just a couple of weekends ago. Paul Soares, 010 up front, then 479 in the left lane. Greg Dowdy goes 490 at 139 in the dragster. Now Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen tower side in his dragster. Not sure exactly how many cars Jan's competing in this weekend, but typically speaking, it's a handful or two. Grant Howell will be in the right lane. Grant, that beautiful 37 Chevy. Grant Howell, a regular runner with the Canada West Doorslammers. Also a former multi-time champ with the Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers will be a part of this weekend's program. We are slated to see them in this upcoming second rotation. Grant Howell in the right lane, 37 Chevy, 632 between the frame rails, got more motor than the dragster, tower side. Dragster will be a little quicker, however, just because it weighs considerably less. Grant Howell was not just trip zip. Grant Howell was quad zip. It's not too often we get to see one of those, but it's actually been the last couple of race weekends. So Grant Howell goes quad zip, 0.0000. Then 497 at 139. Jan Christensen, meanwhile, turned it red by just 4 thou. Then goes 459 at 150. So X275, we're going to kind of leave you on standby, but it's going to be a little bit of a long one. We momentarily forgot about the fact that we're going to have Doorslammers running in this rotation. So we're going to put Top Fuel Harley and Canada West Doorslammers on a standby call. Top Fuel Harley, Canada West Doorslammers, this is your standby call. Again, Pro Mods. We need Pro Mods to 5 and 6. Jeremy Soares, 043 up front, then 466 at $147. So one more time, Pro Mods to lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harley and Canada West Doorslammers, standby call. And again, a bit of an extended standby call going out to X275. So we'll make another repeat call for Pro Mods to 5 and 6. And let's get Top Fuel Harley moving at this time as well. So, race fans, we certainly appreciate you having you here with us this weekend. Great to see you. Sure, the crowd's going to start filling out as the evening gets closer. And a special welcome to everybody online. At this time, we're going to take a little bit of a break to do some track prep. We want the racing surface to be all that it can be as we roll into this second round of qualifying. As I was saying, as we roll into this second round of qualifying for Pro Mods here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So as I look out behind the tower, what do I see? Sean Ellington, the very front of the row, going to be in the first pair of this second round of qualifying. Murder Nova. Murder Nova, along with Ryan Martin, making their return to Mission Raceway Park. They were here last year as part of a speed promotions event. Very cool time. And they are back here. So go check them out in their pits. Obviously not right now because they're going to be up here racing. I'm sure they've got a good supply of T-shirts for sale. We've actually got 4 cars from the No Prep King circuit here with us this weekend. Ryan Martin, Sean Ellington, Chevy Reeves, and Dave Mendez. Q2 coming up shortly. goes Sean Ellington, Murder Nova, over there in the right lane. Doing an absolutely fantastic job of putting a little bit of heat in those back tires. Absolutely not shy in the burnout box. Dale Peterson in the left lane, but once Sean Ellington puts his foot in that pro-charged combination over there in the right lane, you can't even hear the turbo combination of Dale Peterson over here in the left lane. So Sean Ellington, our number 2 qualifier so far, with a 3.73 second pass. Ryan Martin, number 1 with a 369. Of course, Chevy Reeves with a 375. Then Garrett Richards with a 382. Nick Duda with a 391. There's your top 5. Sean Ellington goes 371 to improve from his earlier 373. Got kind of close to the wall over there. The Nova wanting to make a little bit of a right-hand pull the whole way down the tracks by the looks of it. But well done. 019 on the tree, then 951 to the 60-foot, then 371 at 207 miles an hour. Did 205 on the first run, 207 on the second. So Sean Ellington has the Nova dialed in here at Mission Raceway Park, no doubt about it. Dale Peterson goes 407 at 184 miles an hour to improve over his effort in round 1. I think he was a 418, somewhere around there. Goes 407 at a $184. He was 104 to the 60-foot. Sean Ellington again, 951 to that first marker. And now a couple of Mustangs coming our way. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, you will remain on standby. Hey, listen up out there. Associated Tire, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Canada West Doorslammers will take you now in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So just like that, what was a pair now looks like it's going to be a single. Garrett Richards and team not able to get the Shelby fired up here in Q2. So Keith Korecki is going to be out there all by himself in the right lane. Keith Korecki, right lane for K&S Machine out of Kelowna, BC. 814 cubic inch nitrous combination. Korecki's car wanting to make a move towards the wall. He's got to pedal it a little bit. gathers it up, gets back on it, goes 430 at 169. So got a report of possibly a little bit of debris out there on the track coming off one of the cars. We're going to go take a look, make sure everything's A-okay. Jake Skokolis and Dave Mendez will make up our next pair. Jake Skokolis, right-hand side, likes the high-speed burnout, so to speak. And Dave Mendez in the Goblin, tower side. Mendez with a less than representative run in Q1, had to settle for just a 419. Will no doubt be looking to make a big improvement on that, as well as will Jake in the right lane. Also went just 419. All 5 of the top 5 cars running in the 3s. Mendez, left lane. Skokolis, right lane. Mendez improves. How about 398? Becomes the 6th member of the 3-second club so far this weekend. That's going to land him in the number 6 spot. So no improvement for Skokolis in the right lane. Off the gas and coasting well before the finish line, doing just 129. We've got the A-OK from the top end, so we're going to fire up the next pair. Guess the TPR boys sorted out their issues. They get fire in the Mustang this time. That is one sleek looking body in the left lane. Ryan Martin in the gray car. out of Norman, Oklahoma. Ryan Martin making his return to Mission Raceway Park. Ryan Martin along with Sean Ellington, a couple of the lead stars, the Street Outlaws television show. That morphed into a number of shows, including No Prep Kings. Both crews turn it over to the drivers. Here, Richard just rolls it in there. Ryan Martin improves. How about 368, 205 miles an hour? He was still on the gas pedal at the finish line this time, doing 205. And improves on his earlier 369 to strengthen his hold on the number one spot here on day one at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. 368, 205 for Ryan Martin. Garrett Richards with a strong pass in the left lane. How about 383, 199? So Garrett Richards with some bracket-like consistency goes 382 and 383. So he's going to hang on to the number 4 spot so far. So Nick Duda looks like he'll be our final car down the track in this second round of qualifying for Pro Mod here this weekend. All part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Nick Duda for Performance World coming up left side of the racetrack. Just 393 cubic inches. Small block Chevy, folks. Twin turbo. Is in fact the quickest small block Chevy, conventional small block Chevy in the world. Well, that didn't go as planned. So that's going to do it for round 2 of qualifying for Pro Mods. So again, folks, got some of the stars of the No Prep Kings here on the property with us this weekend. The Goblin, along with the Yeti, hell of a Chevy. Chevy Reeves and team are here this weekend. And of course, Sean Ellington, Murder Nova, and Ryan Martin. They've all got swag available. So now that they've just completed their round of qualifying, now would probably be not a bad time to wander back there into the pits, go search them out, get some swag. All kinds of options here at Mission Raceway Park this weekend. And look what we've got under the bridge. Time to burn a little bit of nitromethane. Because why wouldn't you? Looks like we've got Nate Gagnon and Austin Christopher. Big Kids Racing versus Fast Lane Racing. All right, then looks like it's going to be a single. Nate Gagnon coming up left side of the racetrack on Supersonic. '12 European top Fuel Harley Davidson champ. Then had a 10-year run as the Canadian champ. Wants to thank Rad Torque Systems, along with Comox Valley Excavating. Big Kids Racing. The rear tire goes up in smoke. Too much, too quick. It's all right. He's not the champ for nothing. They'll take it back to the pit. They'll get it sorted out, put a slightly altered program in it for the next hit, and we'll see them back up here. Well, it looks like now we're going to see a pair. So it will be Austin Christopher coming up in the right-hand lane for Fast Lane Racing. And Jim Schellenberg for Rip It Up Racing over here tower side. So Austin Christopher, right lane. Jim Schellenberg in the left. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Christopher making a full pull down the right-hand lane. How about 644 at 221? Jim Schellenberg. Don't think he had both cylinders lit at the finish line, was doing 151, went 737 ET-wise. But Austin Christopher, 644, 221 miles an hour. Ron Howney and Fast Lane Racing. Want to give a shout out to Redline Oil, Lordco Auto Parts, Road End Farms, Bessie Marine, Great White North, and many more. Certainly grateful to all those that support their efforts. So there we go, 2 out of 3. Get down the track here in the opening round. Associated Tire and Auto, Canada West Doorslammers. Here we go, qualifier round number 1. First pair got the burnouts done, Greg Field and James Kennedy. James Kennedy in the right lane for Ken Specialty Automotive. Making some Ken Sahota horsepower over there in the right lane. Naturally aspirated. Greg Field, tower side. The little 1969 Opel. Got a couple of turbochargers motivating the big block Chevy in that little Opel. Wants to thank Jubilee RV and Acumen Machine. Oh, yeah, here comes the Opel. Oh, no, we're not getting any numbers. Tough break for Greg Field. Time's out on the starting line. But sure good to see Greg Field make a full pull down the track. Love to know what the numbers were, but the important thing, the car sounded happy. It was doing its thing again. Now Jason Field and Kerry Young. Kerry Young, right lane for Young's Mechanical. Hey, listen up, Outlaw VIP ticket holders. Well, we'll take care of this first. Jason Field, left side of the racetrack, 025 up front, then 712. Kerry Young, meanwhile, goes 861 and 158. So as I was saying, Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders. Your meet and greet coming up at 4:30 p.m. That's in about 20 minutes. That'll take place on the 3rd floor of the tower. Once again, Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders. Your meet and greet will take place in about 20 minutes at 4:30 p.m. You can, however, start making your way up there at about quarter after. So give it about 5 minutes. Then start making your way up to the 3rd floor of the timing tower for your VIP Outlaws meet and greet at 4:30 p.m. Ryan Johnson turns it red by just 2 thou. Poe Freeborn didn't have any trouble on the starting line. He was 0-18 up front. Then goes 7:34. Ryan Johnson, 8:41 at 162. Now Glenn Kennedy. It is 68 Plymouth called Whistling Fish. Made a bunch of RPM in the water box, that's for sure. Mike Bedsworth. Little Oldsmobile. Super clean car over there in the right lane. Bedsworth with a nice 7:14, 191 mile an hour pass. He was 0-10 on the tree. Look out for Mike. So here comes Rob Monroe. His little white knuckle racing 1931 Ford Model A. 414 cubic inch small block Chevy with a couple of Harleys sitting on top of a little blower. Rob Monroe is a marginal qualifier in this class. You got to run 870 or quicker. And Rob Monroe on a good run can do that, but he needs it to be a good run. The Blue Max Bel Air in the right lane. Well, the Bel Air certainly had no problem going 870, went 792 and 171 miles an hour. For Rob Monroe, it did not happen on that run. Had to settle for an 876, no good. Now Darren Buick and Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips in the right lane. Another beautiful 67 Shelby. Phillips with a nice 018 reaction time. He leads the way down the track. Puts a 747 up there on the reader board, 180 miles an hour. Darren Buick goes 871 at 155. So now Scott Grant and Paul Debris. Paul Debris, that wicked looking Valiant. Right hand lane for straight line race cars and Shawnigan Lake Trucking. Scott Grant over here tower side, the red Camaro. Wants to thank Bubba's Speed Shop. Hey, just a little reminder. If you are tuned in to Lordco TV, if you're watching us online, please give us a like, subscribe. You have no idea how much difference that makes. So if you're enjoying all the free live feeds that you get on Lordco TV, please take a moment, give us a like, more importantly, subscribe to the channel. That would be very much appreciated. 869, Paul Debris makes the show. Again, you got to go 870 or quicker. Paul Debris just squeezes inside of that with an 869. Scott Grant safely inside of that with an 850. Well, if you're having a little 41 Willys fix, so Roger Winter and Terry Langdon Davies. Terry Langdon Davies in the right lane. Langdon Davies has been racing longer than Roger Winter's been alive. They both hit the 820 mark. Langdon Davies goes 824. Roger Winter with an 820. And here comes Howie Winklehorst. Howie making a single out there all by himself, goes 847. Buck 60. Couple of Chevrolets coming up. Dale Grasdale, 68 Chevelle. Hey, another reminder to the Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders. Your meet and greet coming up at 4:30 p.m. Top floor of the timing tower, third floor of the timing tower. Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders, come on up to the third floor of the timing tower. Your meet and greet coming up in about 10 minutes. Dale Grasdale on a nice run. How about 707, 192 miles an hour for Dale Grasdale. The blue 68 Chevelle. Won this event 6 years ago in 2019. Ray Rusiani in the left lane. Verdexi Paz goes 830, 163. Hey, listen up in the pits. Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275. This is your call to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275 to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for Outlaw 275. Jordan Almus and Brian Ritchie. Jordan Almus. The very, very orange 68 Barracuda. Brian Ritchie for Ritchie Racing Engines. $7.97, $1.71 for Brian Ritchie. Jordan Elmas, Tower Side, the CUDA goes $8.27. Now Chad Edwin and Rod LeClaire. A little concerned about Rod LeClaire's burnout. Didn't go so well. So this might be a good test to see just how good that track is out there. Rod LeClaire, nitrous combination between the frame rails of the Camaro, left lane. Regular #1 qualifier. Very quick car in the left lane. Chad Edwin, his 1983 Chevy S10. Three bulbs lit. Just waiting on Edwin. Still waiting on Edwin. Oh, just in time. Rod LeClaire, 679, 203 miles an hour. Nice looking pass in the left lane. A to B, making it look easy, man. Henry Zacharias and Steve Erickson. So Steve Erickson, we think, might be from Scappoose, Oregon. Right on. Erickson with a nice run. 911 at 153 miles an hour, so not nice enough, unfortunately. Henry Zacharias makes the show quite easily, 776 at 168. Now Mike Kenworthy and Steve Lowe. So we've already seen Kenworthy run today in Top Comp. Mike Kenworthy, 823 at 165 miles an hour. Steve Lowe, 833 at 170. I don't know if it's just me, but that 48 Austin always surprises me by how loud it is. So Zach Joyce coming up left side, a little 48 Austin. Scott Robinson, his 1994 Beretta. Car's got a little bit of history to it. Won a couple of Doorslammers championships. Scott Robinson goes 772 to arrive just ahead of Zach Joyce's 771. A good little heads-up race there. And that'll bring up Cam Shantz. Cam Shantz doing double duty here this weekend. Doorslammers and Top Comp. Hey, listen up in the pits. Standby call going out to Limited Street and No Time Index. Limited Street and No Time Index. This is your standby call. Hey, so last call for Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders. Your meet and greet is taking place, well, just about right now. So if you're not up in the third floor of the timing tower, it's where you should be. So once again, last call for Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holders. Head up to the third floor of the timing tower right now. Well, here we go with two more. Derek Shirk and Justin Bond. Two guys who I'm quite sure did not make attempts to qualify in the opening round. So Derek Shirk, Bubba's Speed Shop and National Tire Wholesale. The very pretty red and white 55 Chevy over there in the right lane. And Justin Bond in Butter Chicken. The 2004 Pontiac Grand Am that you see in the left lane for JBS Equipment. Well, these two are side by side down the racetrack, but it is Justin Bond to the finish line first. 775, getting there just ahead of a 776. And that's going to put a wrap on round one of qualifying for Associated Tire Canada West Doorslammer action. Now we're going to take a little bit of time and just give the track a little spray before we head into Q2 of Outlaw 275 action. So I know I already announced it as last call, but I'm going to give you one more chance. If you're listening and you're a Outlaw VIP meet and greet ticket holder, you need to be upstairs. Third floor of the timing tower is where you need to be. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. You can start making your way to lanes 3 and 4. Well, just hold off momentarily because there's presently no room back there. So Limited Street, just hang on for one moment. Well, who's everybody?
Hey, how you doing, Johnny?
Not bad. How about you? So Limited Street, no time index. Your call coming up here momentarily. We're just sorting out X275. As soon as we get them moving forward a little bit, we'll make the call. So again, if you're tuned into Lordco TV on YouTube, well, we welcome you. We are very happy to have you spending your time with us. But we do ask just a slight return favor. Subscribe to the channel. Give us a like. Very important in keeping the channel on the air. If you enjoy these live feeds, and they are always free, I'll just take a moment, subscribe to the channel, give it a like. That would be very, very much appreciated.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in the factory, built for the road.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Limited Street. Come on down to 3 and 4. Limited Street. We'll take Limited Street in 3 and 4. And no time index to lanes 1 and 2. No time index to lanes 1 and 2. Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. No time index to lanes 1 and 2. Here we go. X275, round 2 of qualifying. Chris Gould, Daniel Rodrigue, couple of black cars. We're going to start things off with a couple of black cars. Gould out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. The 2017 Camaro for CT Automotive. Rodrigue in the Boo. 1981 Malibu. Gould goes into tire shake and decides to click it off. Said, nah, I've had enough of that. I like my teeth where they are. Rodrigue improves with a 459, 156 mile an hour pass. Rodrigue will sit number 4. Chris Gould will sit number 3 based on his round 1 effort. Now Bob Cook and Mandy Brooks. Couple of Albertans. Bob Cook in the right lane out of Lloydminster, Alberta. The 1993 F-150. LS combo. Don't have too much in the way of details on that combo. Other than my screen's telling me 427 cubic inches. Not seeing any nitrous purge over there. Am seeing the nitrous purge over here, tower side, Mandy Brooks. The 81 Malibu. The G-body. Mandy Brooks with a 469, 154 mile an hour pass. So she's going to remain right behind Dan Rodrigue. Did pick up, I believe, at least a couple of tenths on that run. So nice work there. Now Parm Jawanda and Jordan Brandon. Parm Jawanda in the tower lane behind the wheel of Night Shift. Well, unless my screen's lying to me, it's Parm's birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Parm Jawanda. So Parm in the left lane, Jordan Brandon in the right lane. Driving side money. Wants to thank Legacy Auto. Brandon calls Edmonton, Alberta home. So Jordan Brandon off and on the gas a couple of times. Ultimately puts a 480 up there on the board. 161 miles an hour. Jawanda let the line pretty hard. Car just slowly turned itself into smoke in the back tires. That's going to bring up Zachary Kane and Aiden Katnick. Aiden Katnick in the right lane. Out of Maple Ridge, BC, the 89 Mustang. For TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. They got the driver's door open. It looks like everything's okay. So Zachary Kane out of Clallam, Washington. '67 Camaro. Camaro in the left lane, Mustang in the right. Both cars struggle for traction on the starting line. So as I was mentioning earlier, Katnick car in the right lane just had a full going through. So at this point, freshly put back together, it's like a fresh combo. It's going to take a little time. Now Scott Warden and John Cuglietta. Cuglietta behind the wheel of Balboa coming up in the right-hand lane. Has been on a tear. He will no doubt be looking to keep the streak going here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Scott Warden in Lumpy's Revenge with some help from Gen 3 Speed. John Cuglietta with an LS between the frame rails of the Mustang. If I had to guess, I'd say that's what's going to be between the frame rails of the Nova as well. Scott Warden out of Kelowna. Both cars pre-staged. Now we'll build up a little boost and bump them into the beams. There we go. 4 bulbs lit. Cuglietta on and off the gas. But powers through the top end. Puts a 533 on the reader board. 156 miles an hour. Scott Warden was looking fairly strong early, but off the gas and coasting well before the finish line. Now Justin Collin coming at you. This will be a single, left-hand side of the racetrack. Justin Collin out of Calgary, Alberta. 682 cubic inch big block Chevy with a bunch of nitrous. Well, that didn't go well. Pretty much up in smoke right off the hit. Here comes Gagnon in the pretty blue Nova. Another turbo combination out of the Gen 3 Speed Garage. Build up some boost and let her go. .453, 164 miles an hour. Here comes two more. Sean Letson and Peter Lacanis. Sean Letson, left lane out of Spokane, Washington. 1987 Mustang. And Peter Lacanis, local guy from right here in Mission. Lacanis family picking this car up last season. Definitely had their struggles with it a little bit. Opening run didn't quite work out so well. Something was missing, to say the least. The car just kind of casually drove away from the starting line. So both cars moving forward towards the beams. Again, Sean Letson in the red Mustang left lane. TCS side of the racetrack. Peter Lacanis, the black and silver 71 Nova. 427 cubic inch LS turbo combo. So it looked like the car left pretty hard, then ran out of suspension, ran out of movement. Something happened, lit up the tires. About 40, 50 feet out or so. So it looks like safety just going to have a quick peek at the surface there in the right lane, make sure everything's okay. Chris Houston and Bree King, couple of Mustangs. Houston in the right lane. Do not believe we saw an attempted pass in Q1 for Chris Houston in the right lane. It looks like Bree King and team, we continue to struggle. Well, hopefully they'll be able to get it sorted out. And it turns into a single for Chris Houston in the right lane. Could not get it to stick to the track. Rocco's Diner, bringing us the limited street class here this weekend. Part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta. The Black Mustang, right-hand lane. Josh Collin out of Calgary, Alberta, in the wagon for On Point Performance. So I do believe that the meet and greet is all done with, which would mean that the No Prep King stars are probably headed back to their pits, so it would be a great time to make your way over there. Pick up a t-shirt or two. There goes Max Nielsen, 5:23 up there on the leaderboard, Lordco side, 138 miles an hour. Josh Collin was a throwaway pass in the left lane. He was 002 on the starting line, though. That's pretty good. So now 2 more Mustangs in limited street. Tej Sanga and Chris McGraw. Chris McGraw in the right lane. Tej Sanga in the left. Well, trouble in both sides. Chris McGraw with a less than representative pass in the right lane. Tej Sanga not able to hold it in the beams in the left lane, does not get any numbers. Now Vanessa Richards. Multi-time former winner in this class. Put together a new combo for the car, a few more inches, 438 cubic inches of small block forward power. How about 521 and 132 for Vanessa Richards in the right lane? Nice looking pass. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top Comp. Top Comp. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Top Comp. Once again, Top Comp, please get ready to go. Top Comp, this is your standby call. Matt Robert, going to be making a single, right-hand side of the racetrack. Smoked out shootout winner from one weekend ago at Rad Torque Systems Raceway. Matt Roberts spinning the tires initially. Takes another stab at it about 60 feet out and it hooks up. Just 580, but 138 miles an hour at the finish line. Another licensing pass in the right lane. Here we go with no time index. So once again, we turn the scoreboards off. There will not be time slips available to these drivers. They do not get to know what they are running. Upon completion of all qualifying rounds, we take their quickest run. And that will become their index and or dial for the race. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lane. Top comp to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Well, Bobby Ehlers pushes through the beams, gets a red light, but still gets numbers. 691 at 110. Absolutely not what he was looking for. Oh. Never mind that. For anybody that did hear that, yes, I just slipped up, but he's already run quicker than that, so that ain't gonna work. Joel Smith and Rob Getz now. Rob Getz. No time index winner at Door Wars. Ian Higginson and Mike Eanes, rather. Now Dave Shirk and Dave Foots. Couple of Daves. Dave Foots in the 55 Bel Air. For sure span. Dave Shirk in the little Blazer S10. Ryan Wilson and Rob Monroe. Monroe in the right lane. Very sharp looking 69 Acadian. That's right, I didn't say Nova. I said Acadian. Couple of clean passes down the racetrack. Austin Moscroft just chucks it in there. Two more cars across the finish line. Now Ryan Ledrette and Mark Swan. Swan in the right lane, 72 Nova for VDG Construction. Diesel power. One can only assume. It's got a Duramax in it. Trying to build boost right now. Doesn't seem to be going so well. We're making a lot of black smoke though. So Mark Zwan still has some sorting out to do on the Duramax combo. Sean Martin and Jason Gibson. So we have made the call for Top Comp to the staging lanes. Top Comp, we need you in the lanes. Making our way through the final pairings of No Time Index. Sean Martin and Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson in his super clean 91 Mustang puts a good looking run together in the right lane. Sean Martin, part of Team Baby on Board, the 82 Pontiac Le Mans, making a nice clean run down the left lane. Now Scott Kalatichuk and Richard Love. Kalatichuk in the white Mustang, left lane. Calls the car Snoopy. Now Reese Picarello. Picarello out of Maple Ridge. The Hot Rod Black 55 Chevy for S&S Motorsports. Another licensing pass coming up. Not sure at which point in the licensing process this driver is at, but likely be a partial pass. There we go. Runs it out past half track. Now Chris Stone going to make a test hit. The 68 dart. .005. Well, doesn't that sound kind of familiar? So you went 005, 1028 the first time. 005, 1025 this time. Seems to be working. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, completes another rotation. Well, top comp should be the next class you see going down the racetrack. And following them, it'll be time for Pro Mod once again. So we are going to take just a little bit of a break here while we do some maintenance on the track surface. Again, certainly appreciate you coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. Day number 1, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2025. And again, if you're tuned in online, if you're watching Lordco TV on YouTube, well, give us a like. Better yet, subscribe. If you appreciate these live streams, these free live streams, and you'd like it to continue, well, there's something you can do for us. We would certainly appreciate you subscribing to the channel and giving us a like. So, Racers for Christ with us this weekend. Martin Schultz going to be on the property, not only this weekend, but he's going to hang around till next weekend because we host the ET Finals here on Labor Day weekend. And on the Sunday of both of those weekends, he's going to have a chapel service. Everybody is invited. These take place on the 3rd floor of the timing tower, 7:30 a.m. Sunday morning. So a pretty cool weekend here at Mission Raceway. Of course, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder is an event that we all look forward to. And this year, we've added another layer of cool to it by bringing in some No Prep King stars. Got 4 of them on the property. The Goblin. That'd be Dave Mendez. Chevy Reeves, hell of a Chevy, driving Yeti. And of course, Ryan Martin and Sean Ellington. Here we go with another qualifying round for Top Comp. Top Comp. Well, it's kind of like Super Pro for fast cars. Contested on the 8th mile. All electronics are allowed. So we got our first pair at the starting line. The burnouts are done. It's Logan Bell and Colton Morin. A couple of blue dragsters. At a glance, they don't really look that much different. And it becomes a single for Logan Bell. Logan Bell, trip zip, buddy. Nice job there. Logan Bell out of Courtney, BC. Trip zip, then 461 at 151 miles per hour. Well, looks like they were able, well, no, they're just going to let Colton Morin cruise it down the track, get out of the way. That's going to bring up another pair of dragsters, Justin Bond and Emily Gerard. Emily Gerard, left lane. Justin Bond, right lane. Justin Bond for JBS Equipment. Bond with a 10 light up front, then 458 at 148 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Emily Gerard goes 477 at 144. She was 21 on the tree. Not much of a burnout for Steve Horn. We will see whether or not it was enough. Adam DeYoung, right-hand lane, the white Camaro. Steve Horn not getting any numbers. They're going to let him, I'm not sure what's happening here. Adam DeYoung made a clean pass down the right lane. Went 536 at 127. So it looks like it's not going to happen for Steve Horn. So I'm told the meet and greet that started at 4:30 just it was over just a short time ago. So over 45 minutes. Those guys hung out with the race fans that bought the VIP meet and greet package. So that's pretty cool. But yes, it is in fact over now. So not a bad time. Head over to their pits, grab yourself a t-shirt. All kinds of swag available here this weekend. Event t-shirts as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mod, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to Pro Mod. We got about 25 minutes before we're going to run you. So Pro Mod, this is your standby call. Tyler Tailgate, right lane goes 5:24, 131. Left lane, the yellow black dragster, a 4:16 at a $1.72. Jan Christensen and Scott Robinson. Christensen in the right lane for the old car center. Chaotic Customs. Scott Robinson for Postma Farms, Lordco Auto Parts, JS Power Sports. A shout out to Dad watching on the live stream. Also, Rad Torch Systems. Four bulbs lit. Both drivers go double O. Christensen double O red in the right lane. Scott Robinson 009 green over here tower side. Man, that car works good. 2 weekends ago, he won the race down 494 and 493. Here it is going 495 in the heat. Chance turns it a little red, just 9 thou red. Andy Hatton was 14 green. Cam Chance through the top end in exactly 4.6 seconds. Attention in the pits, Steve McKenzie. Steve McKenzie. We need Steve McKenzie to return to his trailer. Steve McKenzie, please return to your trailer. One more time, attention in the pits. Steve McKenzie, please return to your trailer. Now Greg Dowdy and Aaron Young, a couple of dragsters. Greg Dowdy left side, 490 at 139. Aaron Young, 515 at 132. Both drivers kind of missing the tree a little bit. Now Jeremy and Paul Soares. Father in the right lane, son in the left. Well, Dad won the battle on the starting line, 010 to 028. At the finish line, it was Jeremy there first, 466 in the dragster. Dad in the 55 goes 477. So we got Grant Howell. He's going to make a single up the left-hand side of the racetrack. Grant Howell, 498, 139 miles an hour at the 8th mile. That's going to do it for Top Comp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see the tractor heading out there. We're going to do just a little bit of maintenance to the track surface before we roll into Q3 for Pro Mod. Q3 for Pro Mod will be the next thing we see going down the racetrack. So we are going to be taking just a little bit of a break in the action. Great time to go pick up a t-shirt or two. We got all kinds of merch for sale. So ProMod, please be ready to go. We're not going to call you quite yet. Your call will be coming up shortly. Game plan is to have you going down the track for 6 p.m. So as I was saying, great time to maybe wander through the pits, pick some swag up for yourself, a t-shirt maybe, an event t-shirt, or one from one of the No Prep King stars that we've got on the property here this weekend. Got Dave Mendez, got Chevy Reeves. Of course, we've got Sean Ellington and Ryan Martin. Concession stand is open, of course. A number of food options for you over there in that area. And I do want to remind everybody checking us out online, if you're tuned into Lordco TV on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. Give us a like. Give us some good feedback. We need it to keep this going. We absolutely love putting on these free live streams. But we do ask that you would do your part and help us out by subscribing to the channel and giving us a like. Thank you.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. Our team of skilled professionals brings a unique blend of experience and dedication to each step of our process. From designers to welders, every member plays a critical role in transforming raw materials into high-performance exhaust systems. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
So, folks, we certainly appreciate your patience while we take this little break in the action to give the track surface a little bit of love. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and call Pro Mods to the lanes. Pro Mods, you guys can start making your way down to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, you can start making your way down to lanes 5 and 6. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to Top Fuel Harley, along with Associated Tire, Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers and Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. Please be ready to go. Pro Mods, start making your way to the lanes. Well, once again, we certainly appreciate your patience through this little bit of downtime. It'll be all worthwhile. We've got Pro Mods behind the tower ready to go. They'll be coming up in just a few moments. So while the stars of No Prep Kings are currently in the lanes, they do have staff back there manning their merch areas. So if you were thinking, I need to run over there and get myself a t-shirt, well, now's a good time. Anytime's a good time. And we certainly appreciate you doing that, because it plays a big part in getting those guys out here this weekend. That's a big part of how they keep the wheels turning on those race teams. So your support is hugely appreciated, and the best way you can show your support is go spend a little money. So round 3 of qualifying for Pro Mod coming up in just a couple of moments. Hey, we'll make the call now for Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. This is your call to the lanes. Doorslammers, be ready to go. Your call coming up momentarily. Pro Mods coming up next. Here we go, round 3 of qualifying. Pro Mods, baby. Jay Severston and Keith Korecki. Severston in the right lane for JS Speed Shop, or JS Power Sports. And his newly built 59 Camaro. Jay Severston, been around for quite some time in the world of pro mod racing. Spent most of his time with supercharged combinations. Decided to build this car and do things a little different. Twin turbo combination on this Corvette. Keith Korecki, 814 cubes. You know, I don't see the purge, but I just got to assume that he's burning some nitrous. Caught a little purge there. Korecki already rolled through the beams, didn't realize it. They're going to back him up. Try this again. Severston patiently waiting over there in the right lane. So Korecki leaves too early, on and off the gas a few times, ultimately goes 436 at 168. Severston left and through the runaway almost immediately. We get the all clear from the top end and we fire the next pair, and well, that next pair is made up of Ryan Martin and Dale Peterson. Ryan Martin. Ryan Martin in the gray car, the 2018 Chevy Camaro Pro Charged combination. Dale Peterson with his turbo Camaro over there in the right lane. Pretty calm and quiet compared to the Pro Charge combo over here in the left lane. Burnouts are done. Both cars are back here to the starting line. Ryan Martin, of course, our number one qualifier. They did not test yesterday. Ryan Martin or Sean Ellington. They come out a little earlier today. Just start putting big numbers on the reader boards. Ryan Martin, our number one qualifier so far, with a 368 pass at 205 miles per hour. Who's to say whether they are done yet? They're going to be looking for more here in Q3. I'll bet they are. Dale Peterson currently qualified number 7 with a 4:07. Wow, Ryan Martin, 0:17 on the tree. Does he improve? No, but is he really, really solid? Yeah. 372, 181 miles an hour, so off the gas well before the finish line. So they definitely were not going for more. 0.933 to the 60-foot mark, folks. That is getting it done early. So Ryan Martin. Sitting, looking pretty good in that number one spot. Again, he just goes 372, 181, made it look like nothing. Jake Skokola goes silent in his attempt to do a burnout. There's Chevy Reeves, hell of a Chevy, behind the wheel of Yeti. Absolute masterpiece of a car over there in the right lane. Chevy Reeves has put together a nice little string of mid 370 runs so far here this weekend. Hey, listen up, Canada West Doorslammers, Associated Tire, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need Doorslammers to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Doorslammers to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's another 375 for Chevy Reeves. He is locked on that number. 197 miles an hour. Should have put that thing in no time index. So absolutely great pro mod show so far, no doubt about it. So I mentioned we've got the stars of the No Prep Kings here with us this weekend. Well, in addition to that, we've also got Curtis Shaw on the property here this weekend. So he'll be available for autographs just a little later. Go visit his merch booth. Get yourself a nice Curtis Shaw t-shirt. Well, here we go. Sean Murder Nova Ellington. So my screen's telling me he's from Union Way, Oregon. I think maybe it's Union Way, Oklahoma. Okay, instead of OR. Pretty close. Wow, 008 on the starting line, and at the finish line we see, well, just a 5:16 at 92 miles an hour off the gas well before he was getting there. But he left hard. 9.54 to the 60-foot. It was 283 at 330. So off the gas well before the 330-foot mark. Meanwhile, Garrett Richards in the right lane put together a nice 379 pass, 199 miles an hour. So Richards does improve, but does not move up a spot. Chevy Reeves hangs on to the number 3 spot with his 375 with a 4. So far, the top 5 not really getting shuffled around at all. Attention in the pits, Damian Cowden. Damian Cowden. We need you to the staging lanes. Damian Cowden to the lanes, please. If you're going to make a run. Coming up now, the Goblin, Dave Mendez. For RPM roll bars. This was a car that was originally just going to be a back half. That was the game plan when it rolled into the shop. Once they started cutting, they just couldn't stop. Wow, absolutely wow. Mendez goes 392 at 200 miles an hour. Now, at no point in the run did that car sound absolutely happy, but it just kept going. Spent a good portion of the run on 3 wheels, as it had the driver's side front hiked way up in the air. So big improvement for Mendez. So the top 7. With Mendez and Peterson breaking into the 3-second zone, we now have the top 7 cars in the 3-second zone to the 8th mile. We're not done yet. Final car for Q3 to go down the track will be Nick Duda. So Nick Duda for Performance World coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. Little 63 Corvette. Small block powered. Don't see too many small block powered cars in Pro Mod these days. How about 394 and how about 194 miles per hour? Already the quickest conventional small block Chevy on the face of the earth. And they're knocking on 200's door. And that will do it. For Pro Mod Q3, we're going to see them back up one more time tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So in Q1 for Top Fuel Harleys, I thought we were going to have this as our first pairing. Turned out it was a single, but now we're going to see it as a pairing. Austin Christopher and Nate Gagnon. Christopher in the left lane. For Ron Howney and Fast Lane Racing. Went 644 at 222, I believe, on their first effort. Nate Gagnon in the right lane was up in smoke. Gagnon is off the gas. Austin Christopher also off the gas at the finish line, doing just 137, 720. Eighth mile numbers look pretty good. 427 and 169. So Austin Christopher, the reigning champ, has a good grip on that number one qualifying position. Here we go, pair number 2. We only saw 3 attempts in the opening round of qualifying. That's because we were missing Damian Cowden. Well, we've got him up here now, left side of the racetrack out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. Big shout out to Parker Johnstone at Maxim Insurance, along with A&A Performance, Les Davenport Engine and Blower Development. Schellenberg loses a hole, finally just clicks it off at about 1,000 feet, coats through with a 788. Counting looked good really early, but then things went kind of downhill from there. Here we go, first pair. In round 2 of qualifying for Associated Tire Canada West Doorslammers action. Ryan Johnson and James Kennedy. Big Barry over here in the left lane. Pontiac Grand Am. Pontiac goes 697, 197 miles an hour. Ryan Johnson with an 833 at 163. So I see we got the Mission Fire Department on the property. Welcome, you guys. Thanks for coming out. Do believe they are here to raise some funds. We're going to try and fill up the empty boot. It's now Poe Freeborn and Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie, Tower Lane. Ritchie Racing Engines. Poe Freeborn, of course, for Comox Valley Excavating. So Poe Freeborn going to lead the way down the track. 732, 189 miles an hour. Brian Ritchie with a 797 at 171. Well, how cool is this? Gene Fleury, welcome back to Mission Raceway Park, sir.
Hey, Bo, is that our drone that's flying up there?
Gene Fleury at a Cedro Woolley, Washington.
Oh, yeah, it is. I see it on the live stream now. It wasn't up on the screen at first. I was like, whose fucking drone is this?
The little turbo Buick V6 power plant underneath the hood. That's right. V6 power plant. Gene Fleury goes back a ways, all the way back to the Pro Street days, when Pro Street was actually a thing and was flourishing. Good to see Gene back out, having a little fun with the Canada West Doorslammers. Wow. That looked pretty good early. 110, 60-foot, clocked with the rear wheels, not the fronts. Now Rob Monroe and Mark Thompson. Couple of black and silver cars. Rob Monroe trying desperately to make it into the field. He's got to run 870 or quicker. There's a big question mark above his head on whether or not he can do it. Car will run quicker than that, but the question is, will it run quicker than that in this kind of heat this weekend? Well, he got a pretty good wheelie out of it, but it was moving right. So Mark Thompson with a 757. Rob Monroe goes 877. Went 876 on his first pass, now 877, still a ways away. Glenn Kennedy and Howie Winklehorst. Howie Winklehorst, 844, 159 miles an hour. Glenn Kennedy still on the outside. Went 947, not good enough. Now Dale Phillips and Jason Field. Jason Field making use of a nitrous bottle. Jason Field, right-hand lane, going to get there first. Puts a 7:08 on the reader board, 191 miles an hour. So that is an improvement. I believe he was on the board with a 7:12 earlier. Dale Phillips, 7:46, 180 miles an hour. The Phillips sitting number 9. Next pair getting ready to do the burnouts. Looks like Darren Buick and Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe gets away first and puts the better number up there on the reader board, 830 to an 869. Well, both Paul Debris and Darren Buick currently qualified with 869 numbers. Means we've got 4 cars not yet in the field. So Kerry Young in the left lane goes 8:43. Scott Grant, not a representative run, went 9:59 at 166. That's going to bring up former multi-time champ Mike Bedsworth. Bedsworth left side, Paul Debris in the right lane. Bedsworth 7:12 now. Picks up a couple of hun over the earlier run. Goes 7:12, 191 miles an hour in the left lane. Paul Debris 8:59. So Debris finds a 10th. Goes from an 8:69 to an 8:59. Now Chad Edwin and Zach Joyce. So once again, absolutely fantastic drone shots from Still Reel Productions. Thrilled to have them on board with us once again. So Chad Edwin, Tower Lane, TCS side of the track in the black S10. Edwin leaves too early. Hey, listen up at the pits. Standby call going out to X275. Standby call going out to X275. We're also going to put Limited Street as well as No Time Index on standby. We need everybody ready to go. So Edwin didn't get any numbers. Zach Joyce threw the runaway, coasted across the finish line. Dale Grasdale and Mike Kenworthy. Grasdale way out in front. 7:04, 192 miles an hour. Grasdale looking pretty good in that number 3 spot. Mike Kenworthy goes 8:20. Dave Warren, Tower Side in the Blue Max Bel Air. And Rod LeClaire. Rod LeClaire, number 1 qualifier, 679. James Kennedy sitting number 2 and a couple tenths back. There's no way he's going to take it. Rod LeClaire, 676, so he does improve over his earlier 679. 202 miles an hour. Dave Warren with a 795, 166 mile an hour pass. Go ahead and make the call now for X275. X275, this is your call to the lanes. We need X275 to the staging lanes, please. X275, this is your call to lanes. X275 to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for X275. Greg Field up once again in the Opal. Now in round 1 of qualifying, pushed through the beams, did not get any numbers, but made a good looking run. If there's any Doorslammer on the property that's got a shot at yanking that number 1 spot away from Rod Leclerc, it is this man right here in the right-hand lane, Greg Field. And in the left lane, racing since 1969, Terry Langdon Davies. Greg Field going into tire shake, forced to pedal it a little bit, which he did. The end result is 698 at 214. So had he been able to keep the hammer down the whole way, that might have been the run that could have knocked Rod Leclerc out of the number 1 spot, but not to be. That said, Greg Field moves firmly into the number 3 spot. So good to see Greg Field back. Any Doorslammer on the property that's got a shot at yanking that number 1 spot away from Rod Leclerc, it is this man right here in the right-hand lane, Greg Field. And in the left lane, racing since 1969, Terry Langdon Davies. That said, Greg Field moves firmly into the number 3 spot. Good to see Greg Field back. So apparently, one of the cars in the last pairing lost the door. Not 100% sure, but I would take a wild guess that that would have been Greg Field. So safety up at the top end, cleaning up door pieces. Shouldn't be down for too long here. So we'll make another call for X275. X275, we're looking for you guys in lanes 5 and 6. X275, please report to lanes 5 and 6. So as I understand it, we have a birthday girl with us here tonight. So I want to wish a very happy birthday to Tanya. This is coming from your son, Matthew. Came up to the tower and very politely demanded that I wish his mother a happy 40th birthday. So happy 40th, going out to Tanya. So once again, happy birthday, Tanya, and X275. We're looking for you guys in lanes 5 and 6. X275. We need you in lanes 5 and 6. Limited street and no time index. Please be ready to go. You'll remain on standby for the time being. And we are back, down to just a few cars in this second round of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers, brought to us this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales. Big shout out to Jason Field and Greenlight Auto Sales for being this weekend sponsor of the Canada West Doorslammers event. Henry Zacharias and Steve Erickson. So trouble for Steve Erickson, not getting any numbers. Pushed through the beams. Zacharias is fine, 772 at 174. And Cam Shantz. The Black with Flames 37 Chevy. So car makes a little move towards the wall, but Cam keeps the hammer down. Goes 712, 192 miles an hour. Colton Morin goes 5:03 at 135 miles an hour. So we've got X275 coming at you next. We're going to give the track a little spray before we do that. Just be a couple of moments. Once again, we certainly appreciate your patience while we do this kind of stuff. Welcome once again to everybody tuned into Lordco TV on YouTube. Certainly hope you are enjoying the live feed. Going to ask a little favor of you, though. If you have not yet done so, please subscribe to the channel and give us a like. Goes a long way. Would be very, very much appreciated. Everybody needs to do their part. We want to keep tracks open. We want to keep live feeds on the air and free. Well, that's how you do your part. Please subscribe to the channel. Give us a like. So a little bit of quiet time. Awesome time to head over into the pits. Go do some shopping. Lots of swag available here this weekend, from event t-shirts to our No Prep King stars. They've got all kinds of merch available over at their pits. Go see them. So Brian Nowen, our track surface expert, our house expert here at Mission, out there laying down a new layer of the good stuff. The Mission Fire Department on the property. Welcome, guys. Hey, let's help fill the boot. They're collecting funds for a very good cause. Do your part. Cough up a couple of bucks. Come see the firemen. They've got the boot ready for you. Hey, listen up in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. You can come on down to the staging lanes. We'll take Limited Street in lanes 1 and 2. Limited Street. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. No time index. We're going to keep you on standby for just a little bit longer. Limited Street. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Well, here we go with Q3 X275. Start off with a single, Justin Collin. Justin Collin out of Calgary, Alberta. Well, looked pretty good early. Off the gas end, coasting well before the finish line. It was 116 to the 60 foot. Here comes Peter Lacanis and Parm Jawanda. Our first pair of this third round of qualifying. So Parm Jawanda over there in the right lane. Night shift. Birthday shout out to Parm Jawanda. To Peter Lacanis, the radial flyer for Transporters Logistics. First try, car didn't go anywhere. Second try, lit up the tires. Hopefully they found the happy medium. That looked pretty good. Peter Lacanis goes 496, 152 miles an hour. Pretty solid looking pass for the Transporters Logistics team. Not quite yet where they need to be or where they want to be, but they're making progress. Parm Jawanda, 472, 159 down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Now Chris Houston and Zachary Kane. Zachary Kane. Kane in the right lane from Clallam, Washington. Chris Houston, Tower Side out of Lethbridge, Alberta. Houston in his little Mustang that he calls a little Merlin, sorry. Zach Kane for Kane's Auto and Marine. So Zach Kane not able to keep it stuck to the track. Chris Houston with a pretty decent run in the left lane. 481, 152 miles an hour. John Cuglietta. Left-hand lane, CCS side of the racetrack.
Tower, can we call NoBox?
Cuglietta. Building up some boost, throws it in the beams. Good looking run, full pull, 446, 170 miles an hour. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. No time index. No time index. This is your call to the staging lanes. We're going to take no time index to lanes 3 and 4. No time index. Come on down to the staging lanes. No time index. We'll take you in lanes 3 and 4. Bob Cook. So Bob Cook, truck wanting to move towards the center line, forced to do a little pedaling. Two more X275 cars rolling into the water. Jordan Brandon and Mandy Brooks. Couple of Albertans. So Mandy Brooks out of Camrose, Alberta. The 81 Malibu. Jordan Brandon. Jordan Brandon with a nice run down the left-hand lane. 4:39, 163. Good enough for the number 2 spot. Now got 2 cars in the 4:30 zone. Justin Gallant still hanging on to that number 1 spot with his 4:34 from round 1. First car down the track. Nobody's been able to better the number. Dan Rodrigue and Jason Gagnon. Gagnon in the right lane. Angle plug behind the wheel of that beautiful blue Nova. Rodrigue in the boot. Rodrigue on a nice run, but Carr making a move towards the center line, forced to get off the gas. Gagnon wasn't good early, but kept the foot down and went 452 at 165. Chris Gould and Justin Gallant. Gallant, our number one qualifier. Went 434. In round one of qualifying. Here we see him once again in round three. Chris Gould, currently our number 5 man at 448. Gould left lane in the Camaro. .441, 169 miles an hour for Justin Gallant. Little bit of a hiccup in the early part of the run. That cost him, no doubt. Chris Gould goes 441 with an 8. So matching 441s. Gould was doing a $171. So Chris Gould moves up one spot. Him and John Cuglietta trade spots. And no improvement for Justin Gallant. So if you're planning on being here tomorrow, and well, why wouldn't you be? I have good news. We're going to have a 50-50 draw. Rumor has it, got a pretty good base of volunteer ticket sellers. So the end result of that should be a nice big pot. Nice big pile of cash going to somebody. Now Tyler Stamler and Bree King. Bree King, left lane. Bree King not able to make a run so far this weekend. Car seems to be doing okay doing the burnout. And issues arise on the starting line. Bree King gets down the track, was a little bit of a handful. Car initially moving towards the wall. She stuck with it. The end result, 473, 155 miles an hour for Bree King. That's going to place her in the number 10 spot. Tyler Stamler goes 439 at 168. No improvement, or sorry, no, it was a best run for Tyler Stamler. He's now in the number 3 qualifying position. I think he was already there. He just picked it up a little bit. Well, actually, Jordan Brandon and Tyler Stamler now on the sheet, 439 with a 1. Got to move to the 4th digit to separate those two guys. Jordan Brandon has a 5. Tyler Stamler has an 8. So 4.3915 for Jordan Brandon. 4.3918 for Tyler Stamler. Now Sean Letson. Letson, I do believe, will be our final car. Whoa, he crosses the center line. Good thing he was by himself. Managed to do it between the timing blocks, so he left those in place. That's good news. There was no car in the right lane, so no harm done over there. No doubt an attention-getting run for Sean Letson. So we're making our way through the program quite nicely. Going to have Limited Street coming up next, followed by No Time Index. We will then be turning things over to the Hard Knocks Stunt team for a little while. Following that, it'll be time to bring out the Fuel Altereds, followed by the Jet Cars. Then one more rotation of qualifying. For Pro Mod, X275, Limited Street, and No Time Index. So in case you're watching down there on the starting line and wondering what's going on, well, we're putting up the tree shades. That's what I'll call them anyway. Helps shield the sun for the drivers, particularly the drivers in the right-hand lane as they look slightly to their left. We're at that point in the day where the sun will be virtually directly behind the tree. Max Nielsen. Rocco's Diner, Limited Street. Qualifying round number 3. Taking his time. Of course, reaction times do not play any kind of a role when it comes to qualifying in heads-up class. Only thing that'll matter is the ET at the finish line. Nielsen forced to give up on the run. That's going to bring up these two guys, Chris McGraw and Tej Sangha. Sangha in the right lane. Couple little Fox body Mustangs. Tej Sangha in the right lane. And for McGraw Metalworks, Chris McGraw in the left. .533, 133 miles an hour in the right lane for Tej Sangha. Chris McGraw still has some work to do. Just 648 at 109. Next up, Josh Collin. Josh Collin out of Calgary, Alberta, 1986 Mercury. Zephyr wagon with a Coyote combination under the hood. Well, that's pretty cool. .535, 133 miles an hour. Matt Robert and Brad Thomas. Brad Thomas, our number one qualifier. Brad Thomas, just inside the 4-second zone, went 499 at 145 miles an hour. Matt Robert lights up the tires. Brad Thomas almost repeats the 499, goes 5 seconds exactly. 5.000 at 144 miles an hour. So Brad Thomas looking pretty good. Here after 3 rounds of qualifying. We're going to see one more qualifier tonight before we're done. So licensing pass coming at you. Then we're going to shut the reader boards off once again, because it'll be time for No Time Index. So that was Dave Shirk and Jan Christensen. Wish I could share some more details with you, but I can't. Joel Smith and Jason Gibson now. Gibson in the right lane. Behind the wheel of his ultra clean 91 Mustang. Powered by a little 289 2-barrel. So Rob Monroe, the baby blue 69 Acadian. Dave Foots, the 55 Bel Air. So Monroe chucks it in there deep. Now, Ryan Wilson and Scott Kalitichuk. Hey, listen up in the pits, folks. We've got a white golf cart. Looks like it's got a number on it, 1015. A white golf cart with a number on it, 1015. We need that moved immediately. You've got it parked in the equipment area. Well, okay, looks like people are on the way. Austin Moskrop and Ian Higginson making their runs. Next pair is going to be Sean Martin and Rob Getz. Sean Martin and Rob Getz get down. Bobby Ehlers and Reese Piccarello. Bobby Ehlers. The Turbo LS powered Mercury Zephyr. Now Larry Rodenizer and Ryan Ledret. Ledret for Muffler Tech. Richard Love and Steve Scheffler now. Richard Love, left side, black S10. Scheffler, the 69 Pontiac. So looks like our final no time index entry. Mike ends. I would say he'd put a number up on the board, but no, he didn't. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have a little fun. We're going to take a break in the regular rotation of action, and momentarily we're going to turn things over to the Hard Knocks Stunt Show. They've got a little bit of setup to do. Not sure exactly what they've got planned for this year, but keep your eyes on the starting line area. Should be pretty good. Following that, we'll do a little more track prep, and then it'll be time to bring out the fuel altereds. Time to burn a little nitro. Short wheelbase, big block, blower, nitromethane. What could go wrong? So lots of great stuff coming up here, folks. What's your name again? Charles, yeah. So as I was saying, next thing coming up is going to be the Hard Knocks Stunt team. And I'm going to turn the microphone duties over to their announcer. Super cool guy. His name is Charles, and he's going to take over the mic duties for a little while. So that's on. That's off.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, Charles, you take it away, buddy.
Okay. Thank you very much, and welcome, Mission Raceway. And I'd just like to say we've been pushing pretty hard down at turn 2, working with the cars, and we're a few minutes away as we're getting a full lockup here, making the areas safe, making sure everyone's clear. These cars will be moving at speed, coming around. And I'm going to ask for a little participation. I'll need you to help me count them down as we bring them in. And we'll simply be counting down from 3, 2, and then 1, and then we'll be going. So, yeah, get your lungs ready for a big shout out. And I'll give a big shout out to some of our sponsors here. So that'll be Action Tire and a special one from Fountain Tire in Chilliwack. They've made a special donation of 4 brand new tires to anyone that does the drift to gift over the next day or tomorrow, sorry, from 1 o'clock till 7 o'clock. It's $40 for a ticket, and you're automatically entered into the raffle for a full set of tires, and that's Fountain Tire in Chilliwack. Just a few more sponsors. We've got the Real Driving School. That's Rick Pierce, the Real Driving School. He runs that from Mission Raceway right here. Dark Lotus Drift Team, Lordco Racing, Augmented Racing, and Nexus Entertainment Studios. And all the money that will be raised tomorrow for the Drift to Gift, again, $40 for you to jump into one of the drift cars. So, yeah, if you see a car that you really fancy, you really like, you can meet that driver down at Turn 2 tomorrow between 1 and 7 o'clock. And we'll be doing a Drift to Gift all day, just throwing those cars all the way around. Bring your cameras, bring your friends, take lots of photographs, take lots of video, and yeah, post it up. All that money being raised is going to the Children's Variety Club, so it's going to a really good cause. Okay, it's about that time. I need a big countdown from the crowd here, so shouting as loud as you can. Let's bring these guys and girls in. Give me a 3. I can't hear you. Nice and loud. 3, 2, 1. Showtime. First car coming in is the ski car that's going up on 2 wheels, driven by Gaston, and making his Mission Raceway debut is Xavier. That's Gaston's son. Shelby, Rick, and Clinton. These guys have got to stay tight to the pillars so that Gaston can make it on the outside. Nice. And up next, we've got the ladies. Coming in nice and hot. Oh, Xavier's got an exit. Go for it, my man. Boom! Nicely done. Okay, and then as Gaston exits, we've got Raw. She's our newest female drifter. Followed by Jay. And Jay has a passenger in there. I believe that's Anne. Anne from the office up here. Followed by Alison. Once again, if you see any of these cars that you really like, pick them out. They're there to be drifted and gifted tomorrow between 1 and 7 o'clock, just for $40. Nice. That's our drift trifecta there. How about that? Coming back in, we got Raw, Clinton, Gaston, Alison, Clinton. No, that's Jay. Sorry, Shelby. Last but not least, Rick Pierce. Okay, give it up for our drivers. Woo! Yeah. That's Shelby, Raw. Clinton just making his exit there. Followed by Gaston. Come on, tear it up. Followed by Alison. Jay. You gotta watch out for that pillar there, Rick. There you go. Shelby. I like Shelby's car personally. Nice. Last but not least. Whoa, watch out for that guy there. He's getting a bit close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And good night.
Well, thanks very much, Charles and the Hard Knock Stunt team. So Charles was talking a little bit about their Drift a Gift program. All proceeds going to a very good cause. So here's the deal. For just $40, you get to have a blast, experience something that you may not ever get another chance to. Costs just $40. With that $40, you get an entry to win a free set of tires. This sounds like a win-win-win. How can you go wrong? So that'll be taking place tomorrow, all day long, almost all day long, from 1 till 7 p.m. So if you need any more details on that, just come on up here to the tower and we'll get you fixed up. So once again, Hard Knock Stunt Team, everybody, give them another hand. So we'll see them back tomorrow, but right now it's time to call Fuel Altereds to the lanes. Fuel Altereds and Jet Cars, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need Fuel Altereds and we need Jet Cars to the lanes. That's right. It's time to burn a little nitro, make a little fire. So Fuel Altereds, this is your call to the staging lanes. Jet Cars, this is your call to the staging lanes. Hey folks, some cool stuff going down in the pits right now. We're interviewing the stars of the No Prep Kings. So want to direct everybody's attention to the big screen located down here by the starting line. You'll see the feed switch over to our interviews very soon. So we've got Ryan Martin. We've got Sean Ellington. Got Chevy Reeves. Dave Mendez. Going to be interviewing the Street Outlaws dudes, the No Prep Kings, coming up here momentarily. So keep your eyes open for that. That'll be coming up on the big screen back here at the starting line.
I just want to tell you guys how much we really appreciate you watching the Tracks live feed. Listen, without you guys watching, we can't do it, and they appreciate it very much. Also, if you're anywhere close by, there's still tickets at the gate. Make sure you come by tomorrow. Saturday's the big day anyway. Today we're qualifying. Tomorrow we're racing for the big purse. Get out here tomorrow and buy yourself a ticket.
All right, what's up, guys? Chevy here with the Yeti. We are the Yeti Chevelle out of Edmonton, so we are the only Canadian NPK team here, but we also have our buddies Ryan and Sean. So we're having a really awesome time here at Mission Raceway for Smokefire Thunder. It's awesome. It's off the hook. It's badass. We got one more session tonight of Outlaw Pro Modified and 275s. Then there's going to be Nitro Altereds, Jet Cars, you name it. It's going to be off the hook. You know, we had a really great time today. Sean, Ryan, and I went up to the Outlaw VIP, hung out with them for about 30 to 45 minutes, did a Q&A, some photos, autograph sessions, all that good stuff. Those tickets are still available for tomorrow. So if you guys can check it out, support Mission Raceway, support the teams that are coming to you guys. It's awesome. We love to hang out with the fans, and man, it is off the hook. We are excited to be here.
What's going on, guys? We're here at Lordco Auto Parts, Smokefire and Thunder. And it's been an amazing turnout so far. Day one is coming to a close, but we still have plenty of the Outlaw VIP tickets for tomorrow. So we appreciate you guys watching. Every little bit of that you're on here and you're watching this live stream, it helps them out, guys. And not to mention,
So there we just saw a few interviews with Chevy Reeves, Ryan Martin, Sean Ellington. If you're watching that online, they're giving you some very good advice. If coming here tomorrow is not already in your plans, well, you need to change your plans. We are going to have an awesome day here tomorrow at Mission Raceway. What will officially be day number 2. We're going to be kicking things off at 8:30 in the morning, and we are going to go well into the night. So still on board for tonight. Nitro fuel altereds, AA fuel altereds. Jet cars. Q4 for Pro Mod, Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and No Time Index. Sounds like a pretty awesome lineup to close out the night here on day number 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So pretty decent crowd tonight. We expect a much bigger one for tomorrow and tomorrow night. But for those of you that came out tonight, we are thrilled to have you. So the fuel altereds and jet cars will be making just one appearance here tonight, day 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and that's going to be coming up momentarily. So we just saw interviews on the big screen with our No Prep King stars. Oddly enough, a guy who wasn't up on the screen was Curtis Shaw. Of course, life is an autograph session when you're Curtis Shaw. So go heckle him. Maybe buy one of his t-shirts or hoodies. Join the Curtis Shaw fan club. Seriously, though, if you have not picked yourself up a t-shirt or two, well, make sure you get that done. That's how you can support your favorite racers in a very big way. There's going to be lots of racers on the property selling their own merch here this weekend. Also, event t-shirts available. All kinds of other cool stuff over in the pro shop. Also got a little merch tent located right beside the timing tower. Of course, all the stars from No Prep Kings have got merch booths set up. Hell of a Chevy. Chevy Reeves with the Yeti car. Murder Nova with the white Nova. And Ryan Martin with the gray car. They've all got a vast array of merch available. So I don't want you to miss the upcoming Jet Car show, but you know, now's a good time if you haven't done so yet to maybe get back in the pits, go pick up some merch. So we got a nice crowd gathering in the VIP section in front of the tower. See lots of hearing protection. That's good. Just a little reminder, especially for those young ones. Make sure those ears are protected. We got Larry Pfister with us this weekend. Part of the Pfister Photo 50th anniversary tour. So is it Amar or Ahmad, first aid guy in front of the tower? Can you hear me? He's looking around like he can. So I've sent somebody over to your station right over there. He just needs a little fix up. He's got a minor burn. Thank you. Well, there we go, folks. We've got Richard Smith and we've got Derek Snelson. It is time to make some noise and light up the sky here at Mission Raceway Park. Time for a little smoke, a little fire, and a little thunder. The Pyromaniac, tower side of the racetrack. And Derek Snelson in the Tomahawk, right-hand lane. So the noise, the excitement, the fire, the smoke, it just slowly ramps up. Or not so slowly. Okay, time to go to full power. There goes Richard Smith down the left-hand side of the track. How about 612, 259 miles an hour. Derek Snelson not sure what's going on over there in that lane. Push through the beams, not going to get any numbers. Well, he's not aware. Well, now he's hitting the beams with his back tires. Well, there you go, folks. How was that for a little smoke, a little fire, and a little thunder? So unfortunately, no numbers in the right-hand lane. Derek Snelson pushed through the beams, so that deactivated the clocks. Richard Smith, however, left side of the racetrack, goes 612, 259 miles per hour. That was a bunch of fun right there. The 8th mile, he was 418 and 193 miles an hour. Now, as much fun as the jet cars are, the downside to them is they kind of mess up the track a little bit. It's not exactly the cleanest exhaust coming out of the back of those. So we are going to have to take just a little bit of time and fix up the track surface before we unleash the fuel altereds. Hey folks, need everyone's attention. I need everyone's attention. You kind of need to stop what you're doing right now and listen to me very carefully. We've got a little boy who's gone missing. Somebody has misplaced their child, so to speak. His name's Henry, and he's wearing a blue Yeti t-shirt. So we have a little boy whose location is currently unknown. So we're looking for a little boy. His name's Henry. He's wearing a blue Yeti t-shirt. So if nothing else, you can bring him to the tower.
Oh, I found him.
All right. So looks like we have located young Henry. So our staff, or our track staff, has him. If you're the one looking for Henry, come on up to the staging lanes. We have him, near the washroom or outhouse in the staging lanes. So we have located the little boy named Henry, and we've got him. He'd sure like to see Mom. So Mom, if you can make your way to the staging lanes, and he's over near the outhouse on towards the outside of the lanes. Now he really does not want to stay around anybody. He's quite afraid, trying to run away. So Mom, we really need you, ASAP.
Alicia, where is your position? Is the mom still with you? No, Alicia.
Yeah, Willie, stay off the radio for a minute. We're trying to figure this out, okay?
I need Alicia. Alicia, do you have a radio? Go down the return road. Yes,
Wow,
were you
the kid's running away. Willie's chasing him and keeping eye contact, but hopefully the mom comes up this way and they run into each other.
I told her to go through the return road, so.
So I'll mention once again, Mission Fire Department's with us here this evening. Great to have them hanging out. They've got the big ladder truck on display, and what they're doing here is they're trying to fill the boot. Raise some funds for a very good cause, muscular dystrophy. I gotta think just about everybody on the property has probably got at least a couple of bucks you could spare What a good cause. Help them out. Make their efforts worthwhile. Swing by, say hello, drop a couple of bucks in the boot. Win-win.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you know. You kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
So standby call going out to Pro Mods. Pro Mods, get ready to go for Q4. This is your standby call. So, folks, we are just about set to go with these fuel alters. In-house surface expert Brian Nowen just giving things a little spray. I think they're going to give it a little shot from the 330 foot through to the finish line. Again, Pro Mods, you have been put on standby. Pro Mods, you guys are on standby. So just moments away from our first pair of fuel altereds. Now, having a little bit of a delay at this point in the evening is actually a pretty good thing, because the darker it gets, the cooler this show is going to be. Four fuel altereds on the property, so we're going to have two pairs. So we've got some good news for you. It's not too late. If you're out there thinking, oh man, I missed my shot to buy a t-shirt. It is not too late. Event t-shirts available over on this side of the racetrack. Looks like they have closed up the merch booth located beside the timing tower. However, I'm sure the pro shop is still open. And the No Prep Kings guys, well, their booths are open for business. I'm sure they'd love to see you. Tell them John sent you. Okay, here we go. That's right, folks. It is time to burn a little nitro. Time to have a little fun. Tom Padilla over there in the right lane behind the wheel of the mob. Complete with a backup girl. Randy Bradford, hot stuff, little 37 Fiat. Tower side, see a little bit of flames coming out of the pipes at idle. Once they go wide open on the throttle, we should see flames out of 16 pipes. Well, should be in the keyword. You can definitely see him in the left lane. Randy Bradford goes 6.30 seconds, 190 miles an hour. Randy Bradford out of Camano Island, Washington, with a nice opening run here on Friday night at Mission Raceway. Tom Padilla out of Arlington, Washington, not able to get down the track. Forced on and off the gas. Ultimately gave up, coasted across the finish line at just 97 miles an hour. But Randy Bradford putting together a nice run to start things off for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So under the lights here at Mission Raceway. So hard to see from way back there, but the cars did not make it off the racing surface under their own power, so safety up at the top end is going to help them get themselves clear of the track. Once we have that accomplished, we'll fire the next pair. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Mission Fire Department with us tonight, hanging out, got their ladder truck on display. Now they're set up at the front of the truck. They got a couple of boots that they'd like to fill up with cash. Raising funds for the Muscular Dystrophy Association, great cause. I gotta think we can all spare at least a couple of bucks. Or maybe 20, 50, you know. So swing by, say hello, make a little donation, feel good about yourself. It's a win-win situation. I hear nitromethane. Jason Pettit coming up. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Pettit in Hellfire 2. A little Fiat, 1948. Shane Harder in the Tower Lane out of Wenatchee, Washington. And Nasty Benjamin. Shane Harder would like to make it very clear he couldn't do this without his beautiful wife. So apparently somebody's flying an unauthorized drone. Well, you better land that immediately, or else we're going to shoot it down. So Shane Harder, tower side, Jason Pettit, spectator side. Here we go. Oh yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. At the finish line, it is Shane Harder getting there first, 6:02, 229 miles an hour in the left lane. Jason Pettit, 6:18, 234 miles an hour in the right lane. Flames barking out of the pipe. So again, message going out to the guy that is flying an unauthorized drone. We need you to land it right now. That's really your only option. So again, the guy flying an unauthorized drone, that is an absolute no-no on the grounds here at Mission Raceway Park. We need you to ground that thing now. So great looking runs, but the result is we've got a little bit of fluid on the track down there at the top end. So safety is taking care of that as we speak. So we should be just a couple of more minutes before we get to roll into round number 4 of qualifying for Pro Mod. I've heard a little rumor that we're going to have Ryan Martin and Sean Ellington come on down here to the starting line and do a little yakking for you guys.
I should get the red one.
What's up, everybody?
Right on. Man, y'all are quiet tonight. You guys here to see some racing or what? All right, there we go. They said you guys are loud, but I don't know if you're loud or not. Hey, we appreciate you guys coming out. We're trying to put on a good show for you guys. You got the Pro Mods coming up next. Look, we're here at the Lordco. Excuse me, we're here at the Lordco. I cannot see. Okay, a Lordco Auto Parts Smoke, Fire, and Thunder race. And we're excited to be here. We've made some really good passes today. I know a lot of you guys are just getting in. You're probably just getting off work. We appreciate you guys coming out. Listen, the Pro Mods you guys are getting ready to watch are going to be some of the fastest passes literally in the country. So you guys are in for a treat for real.
We're going to, just to let you guys know something, we're going to have to go home and explain to everybody why the first time we ever showed times on the board, we've never lit the boards up before. Nobody has ever seen these cars make passes and actually see the time. And we're going to have to explain to everybody why we did it in Canada. So we hope you guys feel special. We feel special being here, and we appreciate everybody coming. But showing times is something new for us, and we don't do it a whole lot.
Yeah, no, he's right. For 10 years, we've been trying to keep it a secret of what our cars run. Everything we do is grudge-based. And so here tonight, Kevin said, it would be cool if you guys left the clocks on and showed the fans just how fast your cars are. We decided to do it here. So it's the first time we've ever done it, and we're doing it here at Mission in Canada. So we appreciate you guys for being part of it. Put your hands together for Mission Raceway Park for putting it all together. Yep. Thanks a lot, Kevin, your whole crew. Appreciate you guys very much.
This is the second time we've been here. As you guys know, we were here last year, and it's been amazing both times. So the track is on point, and we're going to try to lay one down this next pass.
All right, we're going to go back, get our cars ready, start pushing the lanes. You guys are going to see some of the fastest passes of the day here in the next few minutes.
Air's good. Cars will be fast. We'll see y'all in a little bit.
So there you go, folks. That was Ryan Martin, Sean Ellington. They're going to go back to the pits, get their cars. And here we go. Almost time for round 4 of qualifying for Pro Mod. So we'll go ahead and officially make the call for Pro Mod to the lanes. Pro Mod, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Mod, come on down. So what a night so far. Awesome opening day here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2025. So we're down to our final rotation. It's going to go Pro Mods X275 Limited Street, and we'll close the night out with No Time Index. So good looking crowd here tonight. We expect to have a few more butts in the seats tomorrow night. That would be according to our pre-sales numbers and the fact that, well, Saturday night's always a bigger draw than Friday night. And a great show so far, as Brian and Sean were just alluding to, for the first time ever, those guys' data is coming up on the reader board. If you want to download the app, you can see their entire time slip. Wink, wink. So, folks, should be just a few more minutes. We'll get the Pro Mods in the lanes, and we'll roll into Q4. Pro Mod coming up. So it looks like the Mission Fire Department is packing up the ladder truck. I'm not sure just how full we filled the boot so far, but I'll bet there's still time. If you run over there, I'll bet they'll take your money. It'll be for a good cause, raising funds for muscular dystrophy. There's still time, folks. Maybe on your way back from buying a t-shirt. Well, looks like we got a bunch of pro mods back behind the tower. Just about set to go with Q4. So X275, we're going to give you a standby call. X275, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. All right. He had one little mishap, but they let him make a run after. Look good. Hey, we're going to make the last call for the beer gardens. Last call for the beer gardens. Only one more round. Need to get over there and make that order. Last call for the beer gardens. So I do believe the track is ready to go. Got our drivers getting themselves strapped in. Now we have fire at the front of the row. So the first pair will be coming around the corner. Final round of qualifying for Pro Mods. The No Prep King stars are at the top of the sheet. Here's the Advil. So it looks like our first pair is going to be more of a single. Nick Duda coming up left side of the racetrack. 1963 Corvette split window, 393 cubic inch small block Chevy with a couple of turbos. Quickest conventional small block Chevy in the world. So while it's not a GM block, it is a Dart block. But it's conventional in the sense that it shares the same bore spacing. As the GM layout. Now there have been quicker small blocks, but we're talking custom one-off billet pieces running on nitro. Nick Duda for Performance World, BDL Automotive. A little bit of history with this 63 Pro Mod Corvette. the first door car to ever run in the fives. So Nick Duda forced to throw the run away. Was 1 second exactly to the 60-foot mark. Not too long after that, car starting to get just a little too unruly. Decided that's enough of that and clicked it off. So as far as this next pair, I do believe that we tried to do this in Q2. Just pair up. Oh, never mind me. Here once again. I thought it was going to be Keith Korecki and Garrett Richards, but again, possibly some kind of issue for Garrett Richards. He does not pull forward, so it's going to be a single. Keith Korecki. The K&S Machine 1967 Shelby out of Kelowna, BC. Korecki all by himself in the right lane. Let's see what 814 cubic inches with some nitrous can do. Oh yeah, baby. Flames barking out of the side of that Mustang for at least the first 500 feet or so. Well, maybe not quite that far, but almost. So 482 coasting across the line at 109. So does not improve on his earlier 417. Keith Korecki will remain number 9 for now. Right behind him, holding down the number 10 spot, Jake Skokolas with a 419. Skokolas will have a chance to improve. At the very top of the sheet, Ryan Martin, 368. Sean Ellington, number 2 with a 371. Chevy Reeves sitting number 3 with a 375. Garrett Richards closing in on that number with a 379, sits number 4. Nick Duda, number 5 qualifier with a 391. Right behind him, Dave Mendez, 392. Then Dale Peterson, 396. Jay Severston sitting number 8 with a 413. Then Keith Korecki and Jake Skokolas. And we have fire. Garrett Richards and Dave Mendez. Roll into the water. Garrett Richards, Dave Mendez, Richards, Tower Side. Total Performance Racing wants to thank RCD. Of course, Walt Austin Racing. That power plant from Walt Austin Racing. Of course, the heartbeat of this 2012 Shelby. Basically a Ford Hemi that was originally built for the top alcohol classes. NHRA decided to ban it. Which essentially kind of made the Austin family step away for quite some time. Then Garrett Richards winds up running it in his Pro Mod. A screw-blown Ford Hemi. How about 383, 186 miles an hour for Garrett Richards. Does not improve, but again, makes a nice solid pass under the lights. Dave Mendez goes 410, 172 miles an hour. Again, struggled a little bit. Final round of qualifying for Pro Mods here, all part of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission Raceway. So you did hear a little bit of a boom at the end of those runs, which means at the very least, safety's going to have to go out there and take a good look at the surface. So I've heard scattered little bits over the radio. Do believe it was Garrett Richards' burst panel that we heard, but not sure whether we got a mess to clean up or not. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Chris Eng. Chris Eng. E-N-G-H. Chris N. I don't know, something like that. I'll put $20 on you reaching into your back pocket and not finding your wallet or your phone. Wallet/phone. It's got your ID. So Dave N. Dave Ing. Dave N. Or sorry, Chris. Where am I getting Dave from? Chris Ing. ENGH is how the last name is spelt. You don't have your phone because we do. It's up here in the timing tower. Come see us, second floor of the timing tower. If your mug matches the picture, we'll return it for a fee. So Chris in, come on up here to the timing tower. Come get your phone back. In the meantime, we've opened up your camera, taken 4,000 selfies.
Oh, you were looking through all my stuff.
Well, I was just about to see if we could get the camera
awesome.
open.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Well, that's what I like to hear. The sound of race cars. Dale Peterson. Jake Skoklas. Skoklas in the right lane. The blown Hemi. The 2017 Chevrolet Corvette. Skoklas has not yet got down the track in a manner in which he'd like to. End result of that is he is on the bottom of the ladder. He's currently sitting number 10. Dale Peterson, currently in the number 7 spot, part of the 3-second club. Peterson, left side of the racetrack in the blue Camaro. Skoklas in the blue Corvette. Skoklas picks up a little bit, but still not what he wanted. 413, 179 miles an hour. So that moves him from number 10 to number 8. That'll definitely help. Dale Peterson improves, goes 395 with a 7. So he found 100th of a second on that last run, was doing 199.91 miles an hour at the finish line. Oh, so close to 200. So a couple of pretty good runs here in Q4. So as I look back, the tower looks like we're down to about 4 cars for this final round of qualifying for Pro Mods. Got Chevy Reeves going to be making his final pass down the track. Looks like he's going to be lining up with Jay Severston. Well, here comes Jay. So Jay in the turbo Corvette. Severston, typically a blower guy, no doubt about that. He's been doing this Pro Mod thing for years and almost exclusively with a blower combo. All right, listen up out there in the pits. X275, this is your call to 5 and 6. 5 and 6 for X275. Limited Street, start making your way to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. There goes Chevy Reeves. Nice 395, 199 mile an hour pass, so no improvement. Or sorry, no numbers for Chevy Reeves. I was reading the last screen. Those were Dale Peterson's numbers. So not sure what happened to Chevy Reeves on the starting line, but no numbers on the board. And it looks like they are pushing Jay Severston back. I'm not really sure what happened there. I was making a call to the lanes. Wish I was paying more attention to the starting line. So as I was saying, lanes 5 and 6 for X275. X275, we need you guys in lanes 5 and 6. We'll take limited street in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for limited street. And no time index. No time index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. No time index, you can come on down to lanes 1 and 2. All right, Jay Severston refires the car, gonna make a run. And look at this final pairing. It's gonna be Sean Ellington and Ryan Martin, side by side. Severston, again, looking really good really early, but it didn't last for long. And that leaves us with this final pairing. Wow, what a good one. Q4, final round of qualifying for Pro Mod, and we've got Ryan Martin and Sean Ellington ready to line up beside each other and put some numbers on the reader boards. That's right. So I got to say, pretty cool little piece of history here. Both Ryan Martin and Sean Ellington, for the first time ever, allowing you to see their numbers. Lighten up the scoreboards. So Ellington rolls into the water box and shuts it off. He's going to give his buddy Ryan Martin a minute or two. So they did complete a rather big thrash on Ryan Martin's Camaro. Between rounds, looks like they're going to pull the front end off and see if they can't correct whatever's not right. So we have made the call for all of tonight's remaining classes to the lanes. We'll do that one more time while it's nice and quiet. X275, you guys should be in lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, you guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. And No Time Index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. So they've clipped the front end back on. And we have fire. Nice. Nice couple of burnouts. Sean Ellington and Ryan Martin both running very similar combos. Pro Charge Pro Line Hemis. Burnouts are done. So on the side of Ryan Martin's car, it says drive with Protex. Below that, it says Kamloops. So did he really pick up a sponsor out of Kamloops? Pretty cool if he did. So a couple of grudge racers from Oklahoma managed to wind up on a TV show. And now, at least in the racing community, they're kind of like household names. So Sean Ellington, Murder Nova, left side of the racetrack. Ryan Martin, Ryan Fireball Martin. He's driving the gray car. Ho! Check that out, matching 365s. Up there on the leaderboard, Ryan Martin with the better numbers, so he's going to hang on to that number one spot. Ryan Martin goes 365 with a 3. Sean Ellington goes 365 with an 8. At the finish line, Ellington was trucking 209 miles per hour for Sean Murder Nova Ellington in the left lane. Ryan Martin was doing 205, but had the better number ET-wise. 365 with a 3 versus 365 with an 8. How's that for a final pairing to close out Pro Mod qualifying here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. It really doesn't get any better than that. Again, hats off. Matching 365s for the last pair of Pro Mods down the track here on Friday night. Day number 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here at Mission Raceway. Nicely done. So I'm told that 365, well, either of them really would have been the track record, but Ryan Martin's going to take the track record in the ET department, and Sean Ellington is now the mile per hour track record holder here at Mission Raceway Park for the 8th mile. So new track records for 8th mile Pro Mod numbers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Hey, listen up in the pits. Apparently there's a white Dodge Ram pickup truck blocking somebody in or blocking the scales. Somewhere near the scales, license plate number G80489. White Dodge Ram, plate number G80489. We need that truck moved immediately. So if you got a white Dodge Ram pickup parked anywhere near the scales or the old ET shack, kind of down in the tech area, it's probably you. Especially if your license plate number is G80489 or something very close to that. Please move your truck. So just seeing a couple of quick test passes here. So not sure who that was, but 829, 141 miles an hour off the gas and coasting. Was doing 127 at the 8th mile and 163 at 1,000 feet. So that does it for Pro Mod qualifying. So at the very top of the sheet, Ryan Martin. In the number 2 spot, Sean Ellington. And holding down the number 3 position, Chevy Reeves. Number 4 is Garrett Richards, and rounding out the top 5 is Nick Duda. Then it's Dave Mendez, Dale Peterson, Jake Skokolas, Jay Severston, and Keith Korecki. So there's your 10-car field in Pro Mod. Next time we see them up should be about 1 p.m. thereabouts tomorrow for round number 1 of eliminations. So just putting a nice little thin, fresh layer of glue down for these X275 cars. So apparently we're still looking to have this white Dodge Ram parked somewhere near the scales moved. Hey, listen up. Everybody listen. Do you own a white Dodge Ram? If you do, chances are pretty good I might be talking to you. Now, if your license plate starts with a G, well, chances just went up drastically. So G80489. I do believe that's the plate number we're looking for, a white Dodge Ram pickup. We need that truck moved, please. Well, 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 look at this. I believe this is number 1 and number 2. How about Justin Gallant? 431, 170 miles an hour. Justin Gallant improves over his earlier 434. Nails down that number 1 spot just a little bit more. Jordan Brandon, our number 2 qualifier, was lined up right beside him over there in the right lane. Had to throw the run away. Goes 599, coasting across at 102. So he'll stand pat on his earlier 439. But Justin Gallant finds a few more hundredths of a second and further solidifies his potentially number 1 qualifying position. So Tyler Stamler and Chris Gould. Chris Gould, currently our number 4 qualifier. So Chris Gould in the right lane. Tyler Stamler and Mini-Me in the left lane. So this is number 3 and number 4. So Tyler Stamler, our number 3 qualifier. Also 439 with a 1, and then with an 8. Jordan Brandon on the sheet, 439 with a 1, and then a 5. Chris Gould, qualified number 4, just a couple of hun behind. Gould stops the clocks first. How about 426, 174 miles an hour. We have a new number 1 qualifier, folks. How about that? Chris Gould lights up the board with a 426. 174 mile an hour run here in Q4. Nicely done. Stamler also deadly in the left lane. Wow, what a pair. 435 for Tyler Stamler, 169 miles per hour. So they're going to remain 3 and 4. Or no, what am I talking about? Chris Gould went all the way to number 1, knocked Justin Gallant down to number 2. And Tyler Stamler was number 3 and still is. Improved on his prior number, went from a 39 to a 35. But how about Chris Gould? So while X275 races to the 8th mile, the quarter mile and 1,000-foot blocks are still out there, and well, at least one of them didn't make it, became a victim. Not sure who caught it. But we got a little debris out there that we need to deal with.
Folks at home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks. So once again, we are thrilled to have Valley Tech Productions on board with us this weekend, along with Still Real Productions. Together, bringing us what's got to be one of the best live feeds out there, in my opinion. And speaking of the live feed, if you're tuned in on Lordco TV, make sure you subscribe and give us a like. That'll go a long way to keeping the live feed on the air and keeping it free. So sounds like things are coming along quite nicely up there. Shouldn't be too much longer before we are ready to get back at the action. Well, here we go. We are back. So Jason Gagnon and John Cuglietta. Cuglietta in the right lane. Behind the wheel of Balboa. Cuglietta on the sheet in the number 5 position with a 4:46. Cuglietta wants to thank Accessory Service Truck Upfitters, along with Rival Aggregates and Mulder Trucking. Couple of turbo cars, they got the boost, let go of the button. Cuglietta with a nice 107 of the 60-foot, then 433, 166 miles an hour. So John Cuglietta does, in fact, improve. Gagnon goes 452 at 157 miles an hour. That was Jason's best run of the weekend. Going to have him in the number 6 spot. So Cuglietta, top 3. That 433, 166 mile an hour pass. And now we get to see side-by-side 1981 Malibus. Mandy Brooks and Daniel Rodrigue. Rodrigue in the right-hand lane, the black 81 Malibu, aptly named the Boo. Wants to thank Ken Specialty Automotive, Color Compass, McGraw Metalworks, Elite Belts, Gibson's Transmissions, and NC Engines. Well, 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy, both sides of the racetrack. There you see the nitrous being purged, both sides of the racetrack. So Mandy forced to pedal early. Rodrigue just keeps picking away at it. Improves a little bit on each run, goes 450, 157 miles an hour. Good run for that car. Mandy Brooks, 502 at 154. So Mandy Brooks on the sheet in the number 8 spot with a 469. And Rodrigue with his best run of the weekend so far, a 450 at 157. Now a couple of Fords, both of them Chevy powered. So Bob Cook, the 1993 F-150 pickup truck he calls China White. 427 cubic inch LS combo. Justin Collin, Tower Lane. For on-point performance and Gen 3 speed. Big nitrous purge out of Justin Collin. 682 cubic inch big block Chevy with a bunch of nitrous. Do believe we have a turbo combo. Well, in fact, I'm quite certain of it. In the right-hand lane for Bob Cook. Pretty loud. Maybe it's a Pro Charger. Bob Cook goes 520 at 139 miles an hour down the Lordco side of the racetrack. Justin Collin 445 156. So best numbers of the weekend for Justin Collin. Bob Cook earlier went 509, so he'll stand pat on that run. So as mentioned, so far on the sheet, we've got 18 cars, which means 2 of them are not going to make the cut. Presently, that would be Aiden Katnick and Sean Letson. So I'm quite certain we have not yet seen Aiden Katnick attempt a run in this final round of qualifying. Not so sure about Sean Letson. So Bree King on the sheet with a 473. Bree King in the right-hand lane. Beautiful little Mustang out of Red Deer, Alberta. Parm Jawanda, tower side of the racetrack. Behind the wheel of Night Shift. For Jawanda Ma Motorsports. Parm Jawanda lights the pre-stage bulb, as does Bree King. Both cars pre-staged, building up a little boost with the turbos. Now both cars are in. So Bree King didn't miss the tree. Those 463, 130 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend for Bree. It's going to put her in the number 10 qualifying position. Parm Joanna with a 449. Well, Joanna also with his best run of the weekend so far. That's going to put him number 7. Hey, folks, guess what? Things are getting a little congested down there in the starting line area. So if you don't have business down there, if you're not part of a race team, if you're not up there with a race car, we're going to need some of you to move. There's just simply too many golf carts, too many people piled up in front of the tower. So a little cooperation would be very much appreciated. So apparently we've had another block hit. I'm not sure who the offender was, but they seem to be able to go trouble-free for the first 8th mile. It's after that they run into a little trouble. So again, great safety team here at Mission Raceway Park. I can assure you of this. They are working hard to get us back to the track just as quickly as they possibly can. So still a very small spattering of race fans out there in the stands. We certainly appreciate you sticking it out with us. And thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. We simply couldn't do this without you. Expecting a pretty hefty crowd here tomorrow. Oh, man. So what an opening day here at Mission Raceway Park. Day number 1 of Smoke, Fire, Thunder. Got a 10-car qualified field in Pro Mod. With our No Prep King Stars rounding out the top of the qualifying sheet. Ryan Martin, number 1. Sean Ellington, number 2. Chevy Reeves, number 3. So all 3 of those drivers have merch booths. I'm not sure if they're still open. Quite possibly.
Oh yeah, no, I'm looking at an old one. Oh yeah, they gotta go faster than 607.
So are either of them still even back there?
Letson's not back there, but Katnick is. Hey Skylar, you can tell that they gotta go faster than 607.
So always a good sign when you see the equipment making its way back here to the starting line. It's a very good indicator that we are just about ready to go. So down to just a handful of cars or less to finish off this final round of qualifying for X275. Following that will be limited street, and then we'll close out the night with no time index. And let's get back to racing. Here comes Chris Houston. This is going to be a single. It'll be Chris Houston in the left-hand lane, behind the wheel of Little Merlin. His 91 Mustang out of Lethbridge, Alberta. Says it's a 325 cubic inch LS. So I'm going to say 325 cubic inches without pulling out my phone. Sounds like 5.3 liters to me. Front end coming up. Chris Houston decides to pedal it, put it back down. 479, 149 miles an hour. So Chris Houston goes 479 at 149 miles an hour. So his best run of the weekend is going to put him in the number 12 position. So now Zachary Kane will be making a single pass. Up the left-hand side of the racetrack, the Lordco lane. So Zachary Kane out of Clallam, Washington. '67 Camaro. Big block Chevrolet nitrous combination. So Zach Kane with a good-looking pass here to close out his night. 452, 152 miles an hour. Was in fact Zach Kane's best run of the night. Finishes qualifying in the number 9 position. And we still have some cars to go, so that's not to say that that couldn't change. I was going to say that Peter Lacanis be the next car around the corner, but looks like they discovered some type of issue in the staging lanes, not going to be making a pass here in Q4. Good thing for them is they're already on the sheet in a qualified position, currently sitting number 14. Here comes Aiden Katnick. I do believe this will be the final car down the track in this final round of qualifying for X275. So Aiden Katnick, not yet on the sheet. I think they're going to back that up and try that burnout one more time. So Katnick currently sitting 17 on the qualifying sheet. Needs to go quicker than 6:07. Scott Warden is currently sitting number 16 with a 6:07. So here we go, Aiden Katnick. This will be a single left side of the racetrack. Needs to go 6:07 if he wants to race tomorrow. And it's looking pretty good here, I would say. How about 488? That is definitely good enough. 151 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick goes from outside the field all the way up to took me a little while to find him, all the way up to the number 14 position. So that'll definitely work. So there's our field. Chris Gould, our number 1 qualifier, Justin Gallant, number 2, then John Cuglietta, Tyler Stamler, and Jordan Brandon, rounding out the top 5. That's going to do it for X275 qualifying and roll us into Limited Street. We're going to start off with Tej Sanga and Chris McGraw. Chris McGraw, right lane for McGraw Metalworks. LS-based turbo combination, both sides of the track. Would be my guess. I'm not so sure about Sanga's combination. Could be a Ford deal, you know. Well, I just received confirmation. Small block Ford, but it is a turbo. Tej Sanga looking pretty good there in the left lane. How about 523, 135 miles an hour. Chris McGraw improves, but still I'm going to say not at all what he's looking for. Now Brad Thomas and Matt Robert. Matt Robert at Airdrie, Alberta, the 2000 S10. Another LS-powered S10. So Matt Robert, fresh off a smoked-out shootout win in Edmonton at Rad Torque Raceway. So Robert up in smoke. Brad Thomas with a nice run, 495, 145 miles an hour. So the number one qualifier, the only guy in the fours so far, dips in there a little further. So I do believe we've got some new track records in Limited Street. Brad Thomas just crushed it. 495, 145 miles an hour. Both of those numbers are track records here at Mission Raceway. So Brad Thomas breaking his own records. He was already the record holder. Record went from a 497 at 142 to a 495 at 145. Now Josh Collin. Collin out of Calgary, Alberta, 1986 Mercury Zephyr wagon. Got a 5-liter Coyote underneath the hood. Josh Collin. Currently on the sheet with a 535. Can't keep the car stuck initially. Still managed to make a run out of it. Now Vanessa Richards. Multi-time past winner in this class. As the class evolved, found herself in a situation where they're needing a little more power. So they put together a new combination for the Mustang this year. A few more inches. Maybe a little more nitrous, I don't know. So Vanessa, our number 2 qualifier so far with a 521, 132 mile an hour pass. Can she better it? This is looking pretty straightforward. A to B-ish improves. 516, 133 miles an hour. Nice numbers right there. Still a little ways away from being able to do anything with Brad Thomas. So licensing pass, right-hand side of the racetrack. Runs it out to the 8th mile, gets off the gas. Just like he was supposed to. And once again, we turn the reader boards off. It is time for No Time Index. Final round of qualifying for this class. Next time we see them, which will be tomorrow, it'll be time for eliminations. And here comes Rob Getz. Rob Getz, the inaugural winner in No Time Index at Door Wars. So Dave Shirk, Towerside, for Bubba's Speed Shop and Comox Valley Excavating. So Rob Getz is not afraid to take a guess at that tree. Just saying. Now Ian Higginson, and Austin Moskrop. Austin Moskrop, right-hand lane, in an 07 Ram. Wonder if that's the truck we were trying to get moved from the scales. Somebody have a look at the license plate. So now Sean Martin and David Foots. David Foots, right-hand lane out of Terrace, BC, the red and white 55 Bel Air for Sure Span. Sean Martin, Towerside for Team Baby on Board. Sean Martin and David Foots get down once again. The No Time Index class. No time on the reader boards. Drivers do not get time slips. Reese Piccarello and Larry Rodenizer. A couple old hot rods. Oh, Bobby Ehlers in the Turbo Mercury. Ryan Wilson for Wilson Mechanical out of Campbell River, 75 Chevy Nova. Now, Rob Monroe and Joel Smith, a couple of buddies. No numbers for Joel Smith on that run. That'll bring up a couple of orange cars, Jason Gibson and Ryan Ledrette. Ledrette in the right lane. '66 Chevy 2 for Muffler Tech. I don't know what happened to Ryan there, but left well before the tree came down. Steve Scheffler, Richard Love. Richard Love in the right lane, Scheffler in the left. Scheffler behind the wheel of his 69 Firebird. Richard Love in his 89 S10. So Steve Scheffler without an L. Now Scott Kolodachuk be our final car down the track in No Time Index. We are going to have a couple quick test passes. We're going to finalize the night with Elvis. That's kind of a cool way to end the night. He's going to come up here in his Chevelle, carry the front wheels for like 150 feet. Well, look at that. Larry Pfister heard Elvis was coming, and he's already getting into position. Well, turned it red by 10 through the top end with a 937, 135 mile an hour pass. And here comes Elvis. Now, as I mentioned, this car likes to pull those front wheels high up in the air. Pretty much just like that. .5 seconds exactly at 140 miles an hour. That is going to bring to a close day number 1 here at Mission Raceway Park, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder in 2025. Absolutely awesome job by everybody involved here tonight. All the staff here at Mission Raceway Park, volunteers, everybody doing a great job. Last little bit of the night was a little bit of a challenge. The pace seemingly slowed down a little bit, but we stuck with it, and we got it all in. So big shout out going all the staff members here at Mission Raceway Park, everybody involved in putting a big day like this together. Want to thank our No Prep King stars for coming out, putting on a great show, leading qualifying in our Pro Mod field. And, well, what we did tonight was set ourselves up for a fantastic day tomorrow. So if you have plans and they are not to come out to Mission Raceway, well, I suggest you change them, because this is going to be a day you do not want to miss. So one more time, thank you, everybody, for a great effort tonight. day number 1 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and it is just going to get bigger and better from here. So if you're driving home tonight, do so safely, please. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Good night, everybody, and thank you.